Hello again, Strokweb. Welcome back to another evening of streaming. Today it will be Warhammer Chaosbane. There we go, got the image up. So it will be a little bit of Warhammer Chaosbane. I'm gonna keep trying to farm some items for new builds I want to do, or updated versions of my old builds. As I said, I need some of the new stats, such as the updated better counter attack bonus, and I need health drain. I also need specific items with OK rolls for some of the builds that I didn't need before. Uh, I'm not sure who to start with. I haven't played with Kiwa for quite some time, so maybe the first one I'm gonna play with might be Kiwa. I'm not sure what I want to try on her yet. I'm just gonna quickly go and post that on live, just a moment. There we go. No, okay, I've posted on Discord now. We're ready to start. So yeah, let's change to not Kiwa. I mean Alessa. I wanted to say Alessa. Let's change to Alessa, and there's some things I wanna test with her. I wanna first see how much damage I can get with counterattack stuff on her. Let me also check if do we see the chat box on the screen? We see it. Okay. If we see the chat box, then everything is as it should be. Just a moment. So I want to see how much damage I can get with counterattack right now. And just to make a calculation, rough calculation, if I max out the counterattack on her, how much it could be. Before I used to play the counterattack with the Eternity set and with the Everlasting set. The Everlasting was the one I used to do physical counterattack builds for. You can see I even have some pieces with counterattack damage still on the set. In fact, I've only got one piece that isn't counterattack. So even the bow is counterattack still. So that's gonna make my calculations a bit easier. If I were to check my counterattack right now, 18,000. Let's see how much physical damage 18,000 counterattack could give me. 18,000 is still 18%, and it's at best 27. So if I get that counterattack damage to like 50,000, which would be a bit difficult, but let's say I end up getting it to 40. 40,000 counterattack damage would mean 60% physical damage. 60% physical damage, I don't think it's gonna be that strong still. And again, there is no other sources of counterattack damage. You don't have passives that give you counterattack damage on her. You have some for damage over time, which when I was testing the damage over time passives, it didn't seem as strong as one might want it to be. So I wanna see though, I wanna see if I can get some more counterattack items. First let me get, what do I need? I wanna be using the physical daggers. So I wanna be using the dashing daggers. And ring wise, I always like using an Ember Talisman, but where is my current one? Oh wait, that was my farming stuff. Okay, let's decide to take those. I'm also gonna unequip the executors in case I decide to play with it. Let's put this, and since I don't have a better ring, I'm gonna use the dexterity one. So this is 13-second cooldown, 5-second cooldown, Wait, why am I using poison? Oh, because it's heroic. See, this is the thing that doesn't make sense in this set. It's supposed to be giving you physical stuff, but then it forces you to use a heroic skill which is poison. So dealing physical damage with skills has a chance to create persistent bramble on the ground, and those brambles are physical damage, but then it gives you a Hungry Roots heroic version which is poison. So this is one of the biggest bullshits of that set right now. So the game doesn't tell you, hey, play physical or hey, play poison. It's like, hey, play physical but also play poison. So alright, I'm just gonna equip this one for the crit chance. My cooldown reduction is kind of bad, 32.5%. 5.1 cooldown, and this one, oh, this is counter attack damage blessed ring, perfect. I'm not gonna bless this one for counter attack damage. This one is already blessed for counter attack damage. This one isn't, but I'm not gonna bless it either. Let me just quickly check something. This cooldown changes by 1 second. This cooldown changes by 2 seconds. This cooldown changes by 2 seconds. Oh, I'm gonna play with the one with more crit chance for now. Quick check of the passives and of the legendary ranks. Maybe let's do it like this. Now I want to check the passives. I've got padded armor, I've got force of nature, blessing of the forest. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove the health regeneration stuff, because I'm not gonna be using executors. I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna grab this cooldown reduction. Thinking of grabbing, there was cooldown reduction somewhere here. Maybe this cooldown reduction. Or maybe instead of grabbing that cooldown reduction... Wait. Instead of grabbing that cooldown reduction, I could maybe go and grab this one and this one. So something like the ambush assassin, but slightly different than what I normally do. So if I want more damage, I can get rid of that cooldown reduction. Let me check, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Oh wait, that was here. Physical, physical. So the health regeneration is much better on that one, so I'm probably gonna use that one. We could use this summon, by the way. And we wanna be using the god skills, so I want this one. That means I'm gonna have to demote let's demote this for now. I would prefer to have a cooldown skill here instead of that, so I'm probably gonna use a cooldown summon. Instead of Wild Incarnation, I think we're better off using a physical damage summon like this one, just to be triggering the chain reaction more often. 1, 2, 3 skills with cooldown. And we want assassination. This one won't be a bad choice, but we'll see whether That might not be better. I think I need more damage reduction, honestly. Do I want 20% damage reduction while standing inside the field? Or do I want damage reduction after dodging for 4 seconds? Or damage reduction 40% on the first hit. And another 10% if no enemies are nearby. The one with no enemies nearby doesn't apply to this way I wanna play the build. For now I'm gonna play the way it is, see how it goes. And I can upgrade one skill. One skill can be upgraded. We want physical damage, so that's out of the question. This is physical, and it's probably better than using that one. Another thing that we can do is this one. This is out of the question because it's poison. Yeah, I think we're good to go with this. We can get that one. Don't have enough points. So let's see how this works. First of all, I think Chaos 9 might be a bit of a long shot, so let's check Chaos 8. And I want to check this 37% extra damage. And as I said, with new items and maxing every blessing on the set with counterattack, we can probably get that up to 60%. Which I don't think is gonna be worth it, but let's see. Exploding enemies, I don't want that. Skill cooldowns increased. Well, I don't think that's gonna be fine for us. Hero armor reduces over time. We can try this. I think the damage is not gonna be there. I think the damage is not gonna be there, but let's just check for ourselves exactly how it is. You can see the tornado, not really a reliable skill. Now a real enemy showed up. Let's see what we can do against him. It's not so bad. It does okay so far on Chaos 8. But what matters would be the boss fight. How would it fare on a boss fight? Oh, it got healed. Let's stop using the Brambos. I want to see the Brambos that show up from the skill, from the set. The set says dealing physical damage with skill has a chance to create persistent Brambos on the ground. Let's try and show you. I think it's this Brambo here. See, it's just a Brambo on the ground. It's not like I'm gonna use my number 2. It's not like this. It's just a smaller version, much smaller. By the way, this is super long range. You can see the damage numbers aren't as high, of course. but it still does fine. Nowhere near as fine as Bragi and as Summoner LS or as Volunteer, but it doesn't do that bad. And that's excluding the new gear that can give me much better counter-attack damage. So if I were to collect some more items with 1500 counter-attack damage on the item and a new weapon with 3200 counter-attack damage, we can get a little bit stronger now. So that's definitely a build that right now is not stronger because I don't have the items, but it got buffed with the Forges patch. So I'm kind of doing a variation of my Ambush Assassin. The Ambush Assassin with the Everlasting set from December. So that's kind of a variation on that one. What's the name of the set? Everlasting, and I think it was called Guardian of Aranok. Yeah, Guardian of Aranok. Wait, why am I seeing something that shouldn't be there? I'm seeing those regeneration fields that come with one of the passives which I don't have equipped. Pretty strange. And as I said, I don't have the most optimal gear, but it might work fine once I do get better accessories and items with more counter-attack stuff on them. This is something I wanted to try. I just kept waiting to get gear and I still haven't gotten it, and I said, oh, let's try it without getting gear, just to see the potential, just to see whether there's something out there for this build, as I was thinking. And yeah, I can tell you that this may not be a meta build, but it would be a strong build nevertheless. Once you get new items with more counter-attack damage. So let me quickly kill the healers first. There's too many healers. 2 left, one of them is almost dead. Healer. Look at him, he healed the boss fully within 3 seconds. Maybe even 2. Before, in December, I could see those daggers spinning do up to 7 million. Right now I'm doing only 5, but I think that's because I have less counter-attack damage, maybe. Maybe because I have less flat damage. Either way, once I have good new items for this build, I will test whether it's better to go full flat damage or whether it's better to go full counter-attack damage in the blessings, or whether it's better to do some mixture the way I used to do it in Bragi with just 2-3 items with counter-attack and the rest into flat. But that's gonna be the weird build for Alessa, the build that people probably won't experiment with unless someone tells them, hey, test it, it actually works. But yeah, there's lots of things that need to be tested and to confirm whether that's gonna be the better option or not. So the weird build is here. Physical counter-attack stuff. So let's see how many items have I got with counter-attack damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10 items gives me 24,000. Let's count the items that have counter-attack damage as a base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 items with counter-attack as a base, and I don't think the dagger can get. Or can it? Actually, the dagger can get counter-attack as well as a base. So 8 out of 10. Right now just this dagger and the amulet don't have it, but neither of those 8 items is new. It's old legacy stuff. So I'm thinking of doing something like invasions to speed up the process. This is rank 28 invasion, so if I do some invasions, maybe I'm gonna speed up my farming of new everlasting stuff. All I need is everlasting stuff, dashing daggers. What was the bow? Symbiosis. Alternatively, instead of symbiosis, you could try what's its name? Master Archer bow. A new one with counterattack would be great, with good stats, of course. And here comes the need to do item rerolling in the game. We definitely need oh, look at that glitch, visual glitch of my cape. This is the best visual glitch I've seen in the game so far. Just look at my cape. Even when it's still, it looks weird. Anyways, let's just finish this map. This is a no enemy puzzle map. And as I was saying, here is the need to do item rerolling. You really would be much better off if the game had item rerolling in regards to dealing with new stuff getting added, such as the updated counterattack values or health drain being a thing. Then I would just start rerolling my current items, removing the things I don't want, adding the things I do want. Diablo 3 style rerolling, people might say they're copying Diablo, but fuck it, it's a good system. If it's a good system, many other games have similar systems. Even Fortnite, which I don't want to say, but even Fortnite long ago, when I was not playing the online but the single player, and not the single player but the PvE version, had such a rerolling system similar to the one in Diablo 3. So if it's a good system and if it's nice, why not make something similar here, like the what's it called, the Diablo 3 rerolling system. It would definitely help you min-max without relying on RNG. Sometimes RNG just shows you a middle finger. In cases like those, you need something to work in your favor. Check if there's anything to sell. So the cheating links would be great, but the damage we're gonna do would be very bad. But the cheating links is a great ring. It's the one ring on Alessa I've never gotten with good rolls. And I think if I get a good cheating link, I can finally get rid of this pointless ring of dexterity. And it really is pointless. Alright, I'm gonna do a little bit of invasions. Let me just check quickly how my wood quality is on invasion rank 28. On very hard this is probably 3000, 4000, 4000 on very hard, so this is not even Chaos 1. And yet it still gives me 4000 LQ. I'm gonna call wood quality LQ because just to be short. Normally when I speedrun easy invasions, I do it on the poison set. And yeah, we definitely need the invasion rings to not be class bound. And another thing I've been suggesting for those daggers is to have one closer to you and one spinning further from you. So you can cover some enemies that are closer with it. The far off enemies take extra damage. Amulet would really work well with this dagger. Because I think the daggers, the way they are right now, would count as far off enemies. Because nearby enemies is enemies around you, like within this kind of melee distance. And those daggers are definitely not melee distance. Okay, we're done with this. Let's leave and do the next one. There we go. A ring, untamed. That was the one with damage reduction, right? Oh no, that's the Bloodlust Orb damage one. It's not great, but it's not terrible. Because at least it has health drain and crit chance. And that dropped at 4,600 wood quality. I'm gonna go this way first to make sure I don't end up having to backtrack later. Rather kill the enemies now. Alright, I think I'm good to go. By the time I reach the boss, I should have enough enemy kills. No one here. Oh, I already can rush to the creature, so I'm just gonna stop to kill elites. Not gonna be killing if there's no elites. Might as well use this. I'll met it for some bloodlust or farming. I kind of used it at a very bad spot. I should have waited for a more open zone to use it, but anyways. Since the wood quality is not that bad, I will actually go to the chest. It's 4,900 now with the 300 buff. So it's worth going to the big chest. Normally I would just press escape and leave map if it's like bad wood quality on invasions after killing the boss. Unfortunately there was no chest here. Let me check the comments. Did they buff those daggers? It used to be as if I remember correctly. Well, they didn't buff them. They did not buff them, they're still the same, but I'm doing something where those daggers would be okay. I'm doing invasions and I'm doing the easy invasions. And invasions used to be very difficult, because once you reach, before when Chaos 8 was the limit, there was a time where Chaos 8 was the limit, there was also a time where Chaos 7 was the limit. Back then, doing Chaos 6 with 10% HP lost per second, which can go down to 4%, it used to be super difficult, but when they released the last update, the Forges update, they added Chaos 9 and added Chaos 10. And what used to be Chaos 8, the difficulty, the hardness of Chaos 8 is now equal to the hardness of Chaos 10. And what is now Chaos 9 is kind of equal to what Chaos 7 used to be in terms of difficulty. I think they're thinking of a rework of invasions, because invasions are very outdated. First, it only goes up to Chaos 6. Second, you cannot change the nodes here. And it's super boring. It's always the exact same nodes with the exact same difficulties, with the exact same modifiers. And yeah, the good thing is you can do it, you can do rank 10, then rank 9, then rank 28, so you can kind of skip and do jump with 8 ranks at the time and get 9 rings every time. But it's still kind of boring the way it is right now. Having to redo it over and over and over again. As for those daggers, they didn't get buffed, but for this content I'm doing, they're perfect. Normally I would go on a poison set with those daggers when doing easy invasions. What I'm experimenting with is this thing, Ambush Mastered. Physical damage is increased based on counter-attack damage. So this is what I'm running right now. And I've got a lot of my items with counter-attack damage. What I do need is, you see this 652 counter-attack damage on my item. This can now go up to 1600. This can go up to 1600. This can go up to like 1600, maybe even 2000. This can go to around 1600, 2000 counter-attack damage at the bottom. So most of my items, actually every single item here is a legacy item. Legacy item, it means it's with the old counter-attack numbers. And those daggers are physical damage. That's why I'm using them. No other reason. I'm doing easy content. Content that that those daggers would be okay for. Speedrunning, easier invasions. Normally when I do easy invasions, I go with the poison set and those daggers. That way I'm just dodging and moving and everything in my wake dies. But since I'm farming for this build, might as well do that. I mean, even if I use my basic attack, you can see everything dies super quick on this specific node. But soon I will be moving into harder nodes. We'll see how that is. I just did Chaos 8 Relic Hunt with this build, the way it is right now. And Chaos 8 was not difficult to do. Chaos 9 though, I think would be difficult because my damage won't be enough. But I can tell you right now the build is fine for Chaos 8 with the way I've set it up. This is my actives and this is my passives. And this is my god skills. Nothing on this side, just on this side here for the... Actually that's not needed. because I don't use it, so I've got 1 point left. If I remove this, that 1 point... Something that I would suggest is, if you don't want that 2% cooldown reduction, remove those 2 points, and then with that point removed, you can do 1, 2, 3 points to get 24 crit damage and 10% damage. And if you don't want that cooldown reduction, you can save yourself 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more points. Even 6 if you don't want the crit damage, but let's say you save 5 points. One thing you could consider is for 10% more damage, 1, 2, 3 points. It's not gonna be enough, but let's say you save 5 points. With 5 points, there's not much you can do on this side, other than maybe get basic Queen Strat. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's not gonna be enough even for that, so... I really wanted to get that one for the 10% damage, but it's gonna require 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 points. So, not much that can be done with 5 points. You can get more HP for the price of armor, or you can get HP for the price of cost reduction, not so bad. More HP for the price of cost reduction. Or cost reduction for the price of HP if you want to go the other way around. But definitely would do that. After this map I'm gonna remove this point and I'm gonna remove those 2 points and get those 3 points here. For now this is okay. The way it is right now for this content, you don't need build to do what I'm doing right now. This you can see the difficulty very hard. That's not even chaos. But since it's rank 28, the wood quality you can see is super high. I'm just pushing the invasions and at the same time trying to farm new items. And you know that invasions right now is the best for farming. High rank invasions. With the right builds you can just speed through all of that content. So let's do this change as I suggested. On the god skills, removing that point, putting it here, removing those 2 points, grabbing this. I'm gonna still keep that cooldown reduction here though, for now. As I'm losing 10% armor piercing. This 10% armor piercing may not seem like much, but check my total armor piercing. I'm at 18.9. If I were to remove this, 8.9, you can see I get more than double my current armor piercing because my items don't give me any. That's why I think going this way is actually worth it. So let's do something more difficult. Let's do this one. This is Chaos 4. Rank 28 Chaos 4. When heroes take damage, their armor is permanently reduced. This should be kind of a challenge. Not a big, but still. I think what they need to do in the invasions is, as I've been saying multiple times, they need to let us change the difficulty. So, if a node is Chaos 1, so let's say a node X is Chaos 1. That means what they need to do is allow us to make it Chaos 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10, but keep it Chaos 1 minimum difficulty. So the current difficulty needs to be the minimum, but being able to make it harder should be a thing. And also every single rank should have randomized biomes. So if node X is a Nurgle, like this node, let's say this node I'm playing right now. Let's use that as an example. Right now it's Nurgle. Right now, every time I do this node, regardless what rank, it's gonna be Chaos 4. And it's gonna be Each time a hero uses a potion, their maximum health is permanently reduced. When hero takes damage, their armor is permanently reduced. What needs to happen is um, when you complete, for example, rank 10, you unlock rank 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 and 19. So you unlock 9 new difficulties, 9 new ranks. And let's say in rank 1 this gets changed to Act 2, to Prague. And this one is different, and this one is different. So they need to randomize the biome, and they need to randomize what's it called, the map modifiers. Those two things need to be randomized when a new rank is unlocked. Let's say I complete rank 2 and I don't have rank 11 unlocked before that, so I unlock rank 11. That means it unlocks one new difficulty, and that one new difficulty would have completely different randomized modifiers. And since you start with ranks 1 through 10 unlocked, what needs to happen is rank 1 should be different than rank 2, which should be different than rank 3, and so on. So all 10 ranks that you have unlocked at the start should be different. They can maybe keep rank 1 through 10 have fixed things every time when you're doing rank 1 being the same and rank 2 being the same, but rank 1 and 2 should be different. Rank 3 should be different, rank 4. So they need to figure out with 10 sets of fixed stats and mods, or just completely randomize them. When a character first reaches invasions, the game should probably just randomly generate those 10 ranks for them. I know it's probably a lot of coding on the backend to do it like this, but I think once they figured out a way to make a script that randomly generates modifiers and picks biomes, it shouldn't be that difficult to apply it to every round once it gets unlocked. So they just need to figure out a way to come up with some sort of a script that does that randomizes the biome and the map modifiers. The same way they have such a script for relic hunts. Just give me a moment, I need to plug my headset to recharge. So just a second to grab the cable. So the game is heading in the right direction, and every patch has since let's say October or September, whenever they started making good patches. Maybe I think it was October roughly. So since then every patch has been slow baby steps in the right direction, but still in the right direction. The bad thing is when it comes to balancing, they haven't been that good. They haven't been that good with the balancing. They've been trying. I can give them credit for trying to rebalance certain things, like laceration has been a skill that right now is getting very close to viable for meta. I think maybe even if I have the right items, I can probably make a meta build with laceration. If I have a lot of health drain to negate the HP loss. By the way, those invasions are perfect for farming fragments. Never leave an invasion without using your bloodlust. Try to find one place where as soon as you get an orb, you're gonna be using your bloodlust if you need fragments. If you can afford to, you might want to use this one, and don't only use this one, but use this one combined with that one being here. That's 25% altogether. The one with the 5% is not worth much, but once you combine it with the one that's 20%, it's 25, which means if it would drop 4 you're actually getting 5. So every time instead of 4, you would be getting 5 fragments when it does drop them. It's not gonna change anything when it's 1, 2 or 3 fragments drop, but when it's 4, you're immediately getting it boosted probably up to 5. And the good thing about poison set and those daggers is that if they kill enemies while you're in the bloodlust mode, it would still count as a kill during that mode and it would still drop a lot of fragments. Oh wait, there's a chest, let's check it. I've already gotten 2 green items in this map, by the way. Eternity with counterattack. So Eternity is the other set I want to be testing with counterattack to see how it might work. Oh, that's actually a big chest. Good thing I came here. Alright, let's keep moving. And about this ring. Ring of the Guardian with crit damage, HP. But the one I've got is cooldown reduction. And right now I think I need that more. Do you think a % attack speed on items like weapons and gloves would be possible? I think a lot of LS skills would be more viable if the animation speed was higher. I don't think attack speed is really that big of a problem in this game, and it's gonna add a lot of. I don't think they need to add attack speed until they add a system to reroll. Right now, as it is, it's hard enough to get perfectly rolled items. And adding something like attack speed into the mix would not necessarily complicate things. Yeah, if they decide to go for an attack speed system being in the game to make the animations faster, they really need to work on adding a rerolling system before that. Without a rerolling system, the game already feels hard enough when it comes to getting perfect rolls on something. So yeah, for now I'd rather see them add that first. Elessa definitely, and not just Elessa, Conrad and Bragi would also benefit a lot by faster animation. So it should be attack / casting speed, depending on whether it's a... or maybe skill speed, or skill animation speed, because it shouldn't be just for attacks, it should be for attacks and spells in one stat, not having to farm 2 different stats. But yeah, it's gonna be okay if they do something like that. Well, I'm gonna keep doing this one. Just because it's a little bit more challenging, the other ones would be boring. Might do the other ones later. You can see with those daggers I do 4 million. Before the update, back in December when I was playing with my viewers, in a 4-man team with all the buffs I was getting, I could get those daggers to do, with my at the time build, 12 million damage. But mostly 7 million when solo. So I can tell you for sure, you can get those daggers to do 7 million. Even though right now I'm doing only 4. Which is not that bad. Back in December being able to do 7 million. I probably had a different passive. And different stats on my items, different items equipped. Probably had more flat damage, less counter attack or something like this. But as I said, right now, if I was able to get 7 million before, I think now I could probably get 10 million with the right items, because as I said, my gear is legacy, so the counterattack damage can, the base counterattack damage on the item can be double. Okay, let's keep moving. But they've been adding not just when it comes to updates, they've been slowly and steadily adding quality of life things too, such as the icons of items dropped on the ground, such as the ability to remember the last blessing combination used, the ability to right click on a blessing type and add it into the sockets in a consecutive order. Those are all things I've been suggesting in the Discord channel. I'm not sure whether the community manager has been relaying those, but that's things I suggested months ago, back in the winter. I'm talking about this. Bless an item. So before, the way it needed to be done is I needed to drag the blessings myself for every single thing. And the way you can do it now is you can do it like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I suggested this. I suggested to either go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or whatever order they decide, as long as there's an order. And the same for those. And I suggest, and the option to remember the last blessing I did not suggest, but it's pretty nice. I do think this needs to be here and this needs to be here though. I think make an offering needs to be in the middle, last blessing needs to be here or somewhere else. But that's still nice, having the last blessing as an option. Something amazing. The blessing system is the most reworked system in the game. It really is a thing that they've been focusing a lot on throughout the 11 months. It's been almost a year, so they're gonna have an anniversary around. So my guess is around that launch anniversary probably when the next update will come. So late June is, I think, when the game launched. So my guess is if they wanna do that, if they want to coincide the next update with the anniversary, they're probably gonna try and do that. But the game definitely got much better. The last almost 2 years. Let me just do something. I need to change something on my chat. Not the chat you're seeing, the chat I'm seeing. I need to increase the size of the font. As I said, I recently reinstalled my system, my operating system, and some of the things I need to keep remembering the way they were. So font size 110% scale. Okay, that should work. Alright, I'm ready. So if anyone wants to try this build, this is the passives. You go to this one. If you want more cooldown reduction, you can get those 2% and sacrifice this damage. But you go to this one for cooldown reduction, and this one you don't need. That's actually a mistake. I never noticed that one. I'm not using it. By the way, I was triggering this without equipping it. Is it a game bug? Maybe I need to restart, but I was seeing those things proccing. I was wearing this skill before, and this opens up some possibilities. I wanna check something. Can I get enough points? Oh yes, I can get enough points to grab this one. So if you don't want that cooldown reduction, this is what I would suggest as a alternative. If you want more HP, there's options to get more HP instead of this damage. So that's one option. The other option would be get HP, get HP. So that 10% armor piercing, we're losing it, but that's fine. And you've got 3 points you can spend on whatever here. Maybe discrete damage, maybe that one armor piercing. And champion damage reduction, not bad. So that's another option. So this gives you more HP, but I'm not gonna go for this option for now. And I'm gonna go for this option. Just to see if I can push the damage a little bit further. And by the way, since I'm doing something on the easier spectrum, I could even remove this and add more legendary punishment if I want more damage rather than damage reduction. Now it's gonna be a boss fight. Yeah, let's see if I can survive this boss fight. I could survive the hits. I didn't get one shot by the hits that normally one shot. Did I just see 14 million? I think that was my spinning blade. I think. Wait, it might be the It might be the dagger. It might be the dagger that did 14 million damage. It's pretty possible. Alright, just give me a minute. I need to remove my hoodie because it's getting warm here. And I'm back. So let's keep going further and further. We've got all the resistance nodes. So from 4 million, it's now doing 5 and 6 million. Just testing the damage. I think it's better the way I did it now, the way I reworked the skills. It is better. I didn't even realize that I had those points here as a leftover. I didn't realize it, and thankfully I saw that I could get 5 more points, and then it really allowed me to get this extra 10% damage, to stack it with this 10% damage. And there's 42% crit as well on the way. So 42% crit, definitely worth it. We're sacrificing 5 cooldown, 24 crit damage, 10 armor piercing, and some little bit of damage like 4 or whatever. But we're getting a lot more. A lot more. What did we lose here? HP damage. So overall, I think it's the better way to do it. And if you think you can keep the duelist chain reaction with just those 2 skills, you can change Call of the Spirits to Defiler's Reckoning. I'm using Call of the Spirits because it's my other cooldown skill, to just be able to get duelist chain reaction built quickly with right click number 1, number 4. Fuck, I'm gonna die. Ah, don't die. Kind of got myself stuck there, so I had to wait for the missile or whatever it is, the projectile that's falling from the sky, to end. What's the modifiers? They become invulnerable. Annoying modifier, but it's not one of the terrible modifiers, at least. You can see my HP is pretty low, only 260k, which for a lesser is not a small amount, but it would have been much better if we had over 300k. Another thing I could try is playing with the Master Archer bow instead of Symbiosis. The trap does okay damage, but the trap still does half the damage my dashing dagger does. And as I've been saying over and over and over in my streams, the dashing dagger, you see how the daggers are spinning in this circle. I think it needs to be one dagger spinning in this circle and another dagger closer. And instead of having two, maybe having three daggers spinning. So one and two spinning in the far edges, and one of them spinning close to you. And since it's a smaller rotation, one of them would be enough. So adding a third dagger would be what this needs. If you had a third dagger spinning closer to you, the same way it is with Conrad and that fire spinning bow skill. Kind of that type of difference is what I'm talking about, closer to the character. This would make this dagger very appealing, having three daggers and one of them being spinning in an axis that's kind of closer to you. Okay, the invulnerability ended. Had to wait it out. Maybe I'm gonna change to play a little bit of Conrad as well, because he needs gear. But I really wanted to do some Elessa, because I've been ignoring her a lot lately and playing different classes. So maybe I'm gonna do a few more maps on her, and then move on to playing Conrad or Bragi or Kiwa. If you have a preferred hero you want to see me play, welcome to suggestions. And if you wanna play together on Steam, you have to be on Steam, you can't be on Origin. On PC we can team up and do whatever content you need help with. Invasions, relic hunts, whatever you need help with, I will try and assist you. Let's see if I can do this one. And I've tried the blessing percent damage to random skill, it's just not worth it. Because first of all, it's a random skill. So it does give you a skill. I mean, I can show you what it does. Let's show you. So this would give you a skill, and let's do something different. Let's do on this side this. So you can get up to 2 of those. You can see it goes up to 2.5%, which means 5% on a single item, which means total of 50% damage to a random skill. But it is very random. So first I'm gonna do with 2 different ones. So now I'm definitely gonna get 2 different skills. So Winds of Isha, Crippling Blade. Now let's do the same thing on both sides. So this supposedly would give me 5% to the same skill. And see, it's Winds of Isha. Can we get something different than Winds of Isha? Winds of Isha. Okay, I'm just gonna see if it's a different skill or whether they made it. See, Queen's Wrath. So it is random. And it's mostly buffing god skills. Just keep that in mind. It mostly buffs god skills. Let's do the other thing. Let's do it like this. So this would buff Hungry Roots. What else can this buff other than Hungry Roots? It's not a god skill, so it's not just god skills. Now this is Spinning Blades. So this seems to be buffing non-god skills. Maybe there's some sort of combination that's for god skills and another that's not. But I don't think it's worth it. You're losing a lot of other things. You're losing a lot of other things and you're making your whole stuff being all over the place. And all of that just to get up to 50% damage on one skill only. You could experiment with it, but I definitely don't think it's really worth it. If it was twice the amount, if it was up to 100% damage, one blessing to give you 10% rather than 5, then probably I would consider making builds with that. So if they double the damage on this, then I would think it's worth it, but right now I don't think so. Right now it's just better to go HP and damage in most cases, or if you're using a counterattack build like the crit monster, probably better to get a little bit counterattack damage in 3 pieces or so of equipment. Even damage over time works fine in certain cases, not many, but I found damage over time to work with certain damage over time based builds, like the Morvo set on a mage. I'm wondering if those daggers count as damage over time. I don't think they do. I think they count as direct damage that just gets applied every now and then when it impacts. Some of those. Need more enemies, come on. Where did the enemies go? Okay, finally got some. Oh fuck. Kind of over pushed it here. But that's an armor permanently reduced, and it's double the armor permanently reduced, so eventually I get one shot on this map. It's inevitable. The more I get hit and the longer I stay in the map, the worse it gets. The map modifiers is another thing that really needs to be reworked. If they make something similar to what Wolsen has, where you can select the map modifiers and maybe not have 3 modifiers but 4 or 5 modifiers in total, each of them giving you extra wood quality. Let's say make it up to 5 map modifiers, each of the map modifiers giving 200 wood quality or something like that. And they did promise. I'm gonna quickly open up something, so give me a moment. I need to add Honeyview. I have an image I want to share with everyone. You probably have seen that image already. If you've watched my stream, you've definitely seen that image. Just a moment, it doesn't seem to detect. There we go. So this image, you see what it says? I'm gonna open it myself, and you see what says we're planning only working relic hunt mode. Our goal is to add more depth and make it a more unique experience overall when compared to the other endgame content. We're also going to be introducing new enemies into Chaosbane and implementing a system that will allow you to swap visuals between gear. So first we're getting a remodel or transmog or whatever, probably a wardrobe system similar to what we've got in Wosen, how you can remodel things in Wosen, and we're probably getting uh, more enemies for every zone, which is nice. And the relic hunt getting more depth would probably mean it's gonna take more than just picking a difficulty and getting 3 modifiers. I'm assuming if they do something similar to what Wosen did with their rerolling for modifiers, that's gonna be great. As long as we get rewarded sufficiently for each modifier. And hopefully they get rid of the annoying modifiers. We already know about the Tower of Chaos, we already know what it will be. So this is what I'm looking forward to, and I'm assuming this would be close to the 1 year anniversary when those big changes would be coming. So I'm assuming that this is planned for the same update, for the update that's gonna give us the Tower of Chaos. Even if it isn't, even if one of those things gets delayed. So let's say we get Tower of Chaos with the next update, and the not invasion but the relic hunt rework is with the next update. After that, that's still gonna be fine as long as we know that eventually it is getting changed. Let's go finish this map, and then I can maybe change to a different hero. And again, if you wanna see different hero gameplay of a different hero, you're wondering, hey, I'm wondering what my second or third hero would be. I wanna see some gameplay from hero X or hero Y. Tell me, and I can show you gameplay from different sets, different builds of that specific hero, and tell you what the weaknesses and the strengths of that hero might be with those builds. Across my 2 accounts I've got in this game, I definitely have a lot of playtime. So a lot of knowledge to share with you. But the invasions also needs a rework. It's not just the relic hunt that needs a rework. So they haven't mentioned that they're gonna rework the invasions, but I do hope they are considering it. Oh fuck, so much damage. But yeah, armor permanently reduced when you take damage is just such a bullshit modifier. Thankfully, when you resurrect, it resets your that reduction, that armor reduction gets reset when you resurrect. So at least one good thing there. Fuck, I'm trying to survive. Oh, fuck, I'm making things worse. No, move. Need to kill the healer first. Alright, now we're good to go. Okay. Maybe let's change heroes now. So this is work in progress. This build will be work in progress as soon as I get to change all my items, if not all, at least half of them with something with more. With the build I'm using right now, all you need is, for example, on the helmet, the standard things: HP, cooldown, armor, and counterattack damage. You want counterattack damage on every single piece of equipment. And I'm still to test whether you want blessings with counterattack damage or whether you want blessings with damage and HP. Probably 50-50 would be good. But with this build right now, I would suggest getting counterattack damage on the items, just to show you how much stronger it could be. Compare this helmet and the current helmet I'm wearing. You can see my current helmet is 652 counterattack damage. Right now on a helmet you can get 1500 and something counterattack damage, so kind of double than what you could before. And that applies to armor. So you can get another 1500 here, you can get 1500 here, 1500 here, 1500 here. The way this skill works is, this skill, for every 1000 damage, you get 15 per 1000 damage is 1.5%. So 1000 counterattack damage gives you 1.5% damage. This is kind of how I think it works. So I've got 24,000. So in theory that should give me 36%. I'm getting 37 because of the little bits of difference, but that's the formula. 1000 counterattack equals 1.5 damage. So ideally you would wanna get the counterattack damage to like 40,000 if you wanna use counterattack damage on every single blessing and get the new things. That's gonna give you 60% damage. But this is only physical damage, so you would wanna be using those daggers with the physical damage. You would wanna be using. See, this is the thing, as I was saying, this build is bullshit. Not the build, but the set. Because the set gives you a heroic poison skill, but then it tells you doing physical damage with skills has a chance to create persistent brambles on the ground. And the persistent brambles are physical, but the heroic hungry roots is poison, and I think they need to change these poison hungry roots to physical hungry roots. So instead of doing poison, it needs to do bleeding. Physical damage and doing bleeding over time, if they want to be doing damage over time. Once they do this, that hungry roots would benefit from the passive here, from the ambush passive. So there's those little things that probably they overlooked when they were making the heroic version of the skill. I mean, it makes no sense to have this bonus here and then to have this heroic version of the skill. So let's change characters now. Let's see, eeny, miny, mo. I don't know the rhyme in English, so it says Bragi is gone, so we've got 4 more. This one is gone, so I have to pick between those 3, and since I've already done a lesser, it's probably just... So Eon tier, it says play on Eon tier. I was just doing eeny, miny, mo, but in my language, in my head, to see who gets eliminated. So I'm gonna do a few maps on Eon tier. Maybe I can do a build I've not played recently. I can maybe play Ut one. I'm not sure I want this. Not sure I want this. Let me quickly check what I'm using here. So I'm using Arcane Secrets, Fortress of Willpower. Here I'm using Fortress of Willpower, Arcane Binding. I'm not using Arcane Secrets there. So maybe use Arcane Secrets. Oh, I need to rework the build. I need to rework the god skills. Just want to make it kind of the same. So if I were to get, I need to get more points. Where do I get those points from? Thank you WoWJoker79 for the follow on Mixer. Thank you very much. So just a second, I'm checking. I want to make this with the exact same god skills as this. So this is getting removed. And now I need to do this, and I need to get this damage reduction to champions, and I think it's the same now, no difference. And this, by the way, you can use without owning the God Skills DLC. You don't need the second God Skills pack for that setup. So let's do this. And I'm missing something there. Heroic. No, what did I lose? Number 1. Oh, the God skill, yes. So just quickly gonna rework some stuff. I've got 16 points and I need 18, I think. So I need 2 points. 2 points will come from passives. Burning enemies takes more damage. I can lose 10%. I'd rather lose 10% on burning rather than 10% on burning and or magical damage to the other enemies. Something like that. Now using the God skill. Oh, and legendary ranks. Now, let's not do invasions, let's do relic hunts. Hero armor reduces over time, taking damage reduces the armor permanently. Oh shit, I shouldn't have started this. Well, I kind of started it. I wanted to click reset. Might as well do it once I've started it, but I'm gonna die. With those modifiers, regardless how tanky a build is, eventually you're gonna be dying.
May the winds of magic grant me.
Oh no, I need to leave. This is Chaos 4. I need Chaos 8, Chaos 9. I'm gonna do Chaos 9. Not sure why it's on Chaos 4. Probably because I was testing stuff when recording my footage, and I forgot to change it back. See, this is a bug. It says enemies' cooldowns are reduced when they take damage, but it's not the enemies. Or maybe it is. Maybe it is. It should be the enemies, never mind. It's not the heroes. It's not increased, it's reduced. Although it seems like heroes' cooldowns are increased when they take damage as well. In any case, let's do it. Crit chance reduced. This is gonna be kind of annoying with half the crit chance. It's also nice to see numbers. So it says crit chance reduced. It doesn't tell you by how much, but I can tell you it gives you half of what your crit chance is. So right now my crit chance is 22.2. So it used to be 44.4. Eventually you learn what the numbers are.
Grant me power.
You can see this bunker. They've actually reworked this a bit. The etheric vortex got reworked a bit. Every stage of it got some new things added. Such as the movement speed. You didn't have that movement speed before. And the cooldown reduction, you didn't have that. I used to use this to be able to heal before. That's why I was using the energy. Using energy has a chance to heal. I was using that passive before, but you saw me just now working the passives a bit on the god skills. But this is the most tanky build you can get on a character. I mean, I can make it even more tanky, but if you compare this set with the other sets, this set gives you 20% damage reduction, and casting a fire spell grants health to all players, 3% HP. Then on top of that 20%, you got 20% from this one, and then you can get 10% damage reduction with this one if the enemies are nearby. They would be doing 10% more damage. Of course, you can use damage reduction rings if you want to survive more. You can use the dragon ring, but you need to be picking up bloodlust orbs. And this is another thing that they need to change. And then you can also use the... there was another ring, I don't think I've got it to show you. Let's see. This ring of denial, that's the other ring that gives you damage reduction, but it reduces the damage. But if you want to be more beefy, be the tank, you can do that. This is the perfect build to be supporting someone else. So you can change your rings to something else. And as I said, Dragon Ring and Ring of Cain require Bloodlust Orbs, and I think each of those rings needs to increase the pickup radius for Bloodlust Orbs. And having both of them together needs to double that pickup radius. So let's say with one more ring, first of all let's get a Bloodlust Orb to drop, just to show you kind of what the radius is right now. I wanna just show you. That's something I really hope they would consider making. So you can see where the Bloodlust Orb is, and I can't pick it up from here. I need to go all the way where it is to pick it up. I need to be right on top of it. And I think it would be nice to change this based on how many of those rings you've got. So if you've got one of them, let's say, do you see where the blue item is? So I think maybe something like this purple radius on my magic binding white should be fine. Let's see, I think where I'm standing right now, see, it's right at the edges of this, so this range between me and the blue item should be the range to to pick up with one ring. Let's say you get 2, then you can pick up Bloodlust Orbs around here, which gets doubled, or not doubled, but 150% to something like this. So if the Bloodlust Orb is there, over there, then you should be able to pick it up. If you have both rings, the Dragon Ring and the Cane Ring. So it should be like a soft set. Soft set of using both rings, having 150% of the radius. So let's say each ring gives you X, and when you have 2 of them you get 2 times X times 1.5. So if you get 100% pickup radius and with both rings it's 200, then you should get with both rings 300 as a soft set, something like this. This is how I would handle adding such a new mechanic, because it is a new mechanic. Before, those rings gave you the bonuses regardless whether you pick up a Bloodlust Orb or not. And right now many people kind of probably stopped using those rings because of getting forced to pick up Bloodlust Orbs. First of all, it's very random. They did make Bloodlust Orbs drop more often, by the way, which is okay. I mean, it made sense to at least make them drop more often. But I think increasing the pickup radius with those rings would be perfect. It's the one thing that would make people consider sacrificing some stuff to get both of them together. Maybe even a passive, even a Collector's Guild passive that increases the pickup radius of this. And maybe the effectiveness. So you get more percent filled by each orb. Right, enough messing around, let's go to the boss fight. And the worst thing is, you can see I can only control one spell with space. I think they're considering changing this. So the archetype ability can control one of those spells. Shit, I need to bail out for a moment to heal. Survive that one shotty aura. So you can see I can control my storm, I can control my dome, but I can't control both of them at the same time. So let's say they introduce a mechanic where holding space controls every single controllable skill, and holding shift and space maybe controls the WAST casted, the WAST that you cast like now. So right now you can only control the one you cast WAST. And this applies to Etheric Vortex, to the Etheric Tornado, to this storm, is it Etheric Storm? Etheric Storm, and other skills that have this this little orb. So Etheric Orb, the Tornado, the Vortex, the Ray, Aether Blast also works, and Etheric Storm. I think that's it for the skills you can control. So in total 2 god skills and 1, 2, 3, 4 normal skills. Shit, that's taking a while. He's just spamming the skills. Normally I would face tank him. Tough cookie. I got like one of the worst bosses I could get in this act. Actually, it is the worst boss you can get in this act. And with this modifier, he was spamming his skills. But alright, let's see if there's anything good in those chests. Okay. I'm gonna do another map, hopefully not in this zone. And again, if you wanna see a different hero, tell me, I can switch. I've got them all leveled up, geared up. I need to farm for everyone. I mean, right now I need to change a lot of things for a lot of builds, and I just don't have the time to farm for everything. But it gets boring to play the same hero regardless, so I keep changing. Okay, let's see what's here. Keep moving.
May the winds of magic grant me power!
Alright, let's continue. Only stopping for elites. There we go. Keep yourself in this dome, by the way, because right now with that cooldown reduction from the dome, it's amazing. I've got 2 domes up now due to that cooldown reduction. With the cooldown amulet, if you decide to go for it, I don't have it equipped, but if I had with the cooldown amulet and the cooldown ring, and this dome, I would be kind of spamming, and even having 2 domes. I'm not sure whether 2 domes would stack the buffs we get from them and the buffs for the enemies. Maybe if it's 2 different domes, so you have 2 mages, one of them has superior, another one a mastered version, third one the heroic version maybe, and then you could stack some stuff. Fuck, I can't pick up due to the enemy being in the way. Actually, I should have thrown the red items. Because the rest I can quick sell, but I never quick sell red stuff because I still carry some red items in my bags that I sometimes use when farming easier difficulties due to the specific roles on them.
Grant me power!
Need my dome. And this dome actually burns them.
May the winds of magic grant me power!
So you can see the damage I do is not that much, but this is a very tough build, a very beefy build. Built one set. As a general, the set by itself has an edge over the others in the damage reduction part. There's also damage reduction from this skill, 20% that stacks. Then there's the up to 40% from this, then 10% from this. So we're stacking, and then 15 from the focus of willpower. And I can make it even beefier. I can make it a lot more beefier if I choose to. First with the 2 rings, second with things like what was it? With this one, where was it? Oh no, they changed it. This I think before used to give you 20% damage reduction. Now it's the same damage reduction as this, but it gives you 15% damage. Okay, so actually forget about that. There's more damage reduction here, but that's only half of the time. Okay, let's say with enough cooldown reduction, it's not gonna be half of the time, but let's say 70% of the time. You're gonna have this going around you and have that 20%, but that's a lot of points to reach it. A lot of points that you're sacrificing damage and other things just to get it. It's just not worth it. Another skill they really need to buff up. This living magic mastered. And not just mastered. In general, living magic, I don't see use in going for a build with that. It just doesn't seem right. This inner harmony might seem like a fun one to try, but I still don't like it. It's gonna be nice for skills that really use a lot of energy to keep the thing going. But even with the heroic breath of fire and having that energy generation and having a damage over time build, it doesn't seem like worth it. But that's the build I think this is meant for, because going this way, you're taking a lot of damage over time stuff. You're in general going for the damage over time thing over here. This damage over time. I'm going here and going here. In general, you're going after this damage over time and this damage over time to get that one on the way. So I think this is meant to use this skill and then use the heroic version of this skill, which you get with that scepter, scepter of ice. I think that's what they meant for it to be like a build that gives you a lot of energy regeneration. So you're gonna be using this to regenerate energy and that other passive, and that other passive goes up to 100 stacks. So that means 200 energy regeneration and 300 maximum energy. But that's based on how much HP you have lost. So I think every 1% of HP lost would give you this much, and I don't think you can get 100 stacks, or maybe 100 stacks is at like 10% HP. I've not tested it because I think it's not really worth it trying to keep my HP low. It just doesn't feel really feasible to do it. But that's what I think it's meant for this one. That's another skill I really wish would get buffed. This is such a fun skill to use, but it's just not strong enough right now. Another thing that can give you damage reduction, by the way. The way I used to use this skill before is basically you can cast it and then go through it. That attaches it on you, and then you can teleport into a group of enemies and then it explodes around you doing damage. So first you cast it, then you go inside it, you pick it up as a bomb, a mine, because it explodes shortly after. Then you teleport, and that's like a teleport bomber. You're teleporting inside an enemy to do damage with this, and while you have that attached to you, you get that 20% damage reduction. It's good, but it's really not worth it because huge delay, huge cooldown. If they reduce the cooldown of this skill, it's gonna be very strong. You see, this is 17 seconds, this is 29. So if that instead of 17 right now with my current cooldown reduction was 9 seconds, I probably would have considered using it for some builds, for that teleport bomber. Because basically, let me quickly show you what it is. That's what it is, but I can't pick it up right now, and you can move it. And if you cast it, as I said, the the mastered version. If you cast it on yourself or cast it and then move through it, you pick it up. I can't show you right now because I don't have the points invested.
Mere taste of my power.
So if I were to do this, and it's gonna get attached to me. So it's fun build, fun option to make a good build, but it needs some tweaking. Alright, let's do another map, but not this one. Not exploding enemies, because the FPS gets fucked up. What's the time? 9:30. Pretty early. I've got a lot more time to stream today. I started a bit earlier today. Didn't have any editing or other things to do. Oh, I forgot to change my god skill.
May the winds of magic grant me power.
Rift Eater, that's nice. And I really like using this blade because it gives me more points. When using this heroic skill here, it allows me to get that damage reduction, get decent damage done as well, and get more points to spend on other things. You can of course use other blades if you don't plan on making this your main source of damage, or even if you do plan on making it your main source of damage, you can still experiment with a Rift Eater. Good blades that would work for many builds would be definitely the Rift Eater, and the Soulfire is also pretty great for certain stuff, but there's that other Blade of Insanity. I don't think I can show it to you right now. Let me check. Blade of Instability, not Insanity. That one's also a pretty fun one to use. And it will work well. You're just gonna have to rework some things. Oh no, look at all those knockbacks.
May the winds of magic grant me power.
Let's group more of them together, like over here. There we go.
May the winds of magic grant me power.
You can see definitely more tanky than the Dragon Tamer set, but deals less damage than the Dragon Tamer set, like let's say 40% of the damage the Dragon Tamer set does, roughly, my total damage output. But we've got a lot of AoE going around us that helps the enemies die easily in groups. This is probably what I would do as a rework of the Ult 1 build that's on my channel. If I were to rework the build, this is what I would suggest. The passives to look like this. The god skills I mean, and the active and passive skills to look like this. It's kind of hard to show because this covers that, but Arcane Secrets, Arcane Binding, so Superior Mastered, Superior Fortress, Padded Armor, the new thing, Hero of the Desert, and Duelist Chain Reaction. 2 heroic skills. This is just basic to burn them. to trigger this one. This burns them and triggers this one, so you don't even need this. This is optional, but it works well. You might as well use that one if you can control it, and then the rest is just self-explanatory why I took
May the
those.
winds of magic grant me power.
That's my suggestion for Route 1 right now. It works well for Chaos 9, even for Chaos 10 you can do well if you want to farm XP. Chaos 10 is the place to go. If you don't want to do bosses and just do trash mobs, elites, reach the boss and just quit and don't collect the relic. But if you're doing that, you might as well not do relic hunts and do expeditions. If you don't care about the route, if you just need XP, it's gonna be a little bit easier in expeditions and Chaos 10. Because if this is 1400 XP bonus, that one Chaos 10 would be 2400. So you can see how big of a difference in the XP there is between this and Chaos 10. Right now I'm just doing it to get at the same time a little bit of items and XP. That's why I prefer Chaos 9, because it's much faster.
May the winds of magic grant me power.
Amulet of Contempt. That's the item you want to be using if you're farming invasions. Some easy invasions that you know you're not gonna die, you know you're not gonna need this bonus damage. Amulet of Contempt, this thing. You wanna be stacking crit chance blessings if you're using this. Crit chance blessings, and you want ideally this one to have crit chance itself, and you want crit chance on your other items to get that up to 500 wood quality with 80% crit chance. And that champion that can summon works on Act 1, 2, 3 and 4. I cannot confirm whether it works on Act 6, but I can tell you it didn't used to work in Act 5, back when Act 5 got added. So this amulet, the champion, I've seen it work in Act 1, 2, 3 and 4. I've talked with other people who have also tested it on Act 5, and we just can't seem to be able to spawn Act 5 champions with this amulet. And since Act 6 is new, I'm assuming it's the same case with it too. Let's do a few more maps and then I'm gonna switch to other heroes. Again, if you wanna see a specific hero, let me know and I'm gonna change. Someone was asking me about bleeding builds on Bragi, and I can try and make one today with the Wasp song, just to see what we can do. I can tell you it's gonna work, but not for the best difficulty. Maybe up to Chaos 7, maybe even 8. I can make a bleeding build that maybe might work for that. With the Wasp song set. But right now the way I use bleeding is to get bonuses to bleeding enemies and to get bonuses based on nearby bleeding enemies, rather than to do damage with the bleeding itself. With the blessings, am I able to bless items with counterattack damage? Yes, you can get up to 2,500 counterattack damage on an item. You can see here, I'm just gonna show you. So let's take this new amulet I got. So what you're doing is a red, not red, but you're doing a green, blue, green or blue, green, blue. So first I'm gonna show you this. This one gives you more HP. You can see 8000 HP and up to 2,500 counterattack damage. So the difference, whether it's green or blue, it's whether you want more armor or more HP. And I always say, in most cases it's better to get more HP, because you have multiple things giving you percent HP, rings, etc., that can give you percent HP. You don't have things that give you percent armor. So get a better HP base to get the most out of rings like this one or the one of denial and things like that. So this is the other option if you want more armor. You can see twice the armor from before, but only 4000 rather than 8000 HP. Or you can do a balanced option. This gives you middle ground in armor, middle ground in HP, but the counterattack damage never changes. So you just need linked blue and green with, of course, with that one. So they didn't change the counterattack damage that we get from blessings. It used to be 2,500, it's still 2,500, but they did change the counterattack we can get from item rolls to be kind of doubled. So that's why counterattack now is a little bit better. If you have some passives that depend on counterattack, that's why it's good. Counterattack as a source of damage is not good. Conrad has builds that supposedly would do damage based on your counterattack, but I've tried them, it just doesn't work. I've tried going full counterattack and the damage is just not there. Maybe it could do Chaos 6, maybe 7, but when it comes to the others, it just doesn't. The whole counterattack itself is very low. So you're gonna be doing damage from other things, not from that. Even on a build where counterattack is supposed to do damage. But on builds like Bragi, Elessa and Volunteer, where you get damage or crit damage based on your counterattack, that's where that shines, that attribute. Especially on Bragi. I mean, Bragi is the best when it comes to squeezing counterattack to get more crit damage.
May the winds of magic grant me power.
With Fighting Spirit, the passive god skill. So you can see now with 5.5 wood quality, Chaos 9, I'm still getting a decent amount of green items. Not as good as if I were to do rank 28-36 invasions on Chaos 5 or 6, even 4 for that matter, but still decent wood quality, and even if it's not 7,000 wood quality, it's still good enough with 5.5. Can't wait to see this Redicant getting reworked, to see what they're gonna have in store for us. I think they may not tell us that they're listening to our suggestions on the Discord channel, but I'm pretty sure or at least I'd like to hope so, that the community manager in the Discord channel is actually relaying our suggestions to the development team. Because as I said, I've seen some of the suggestions from the Discord channel making it into the game, even though we never get to see that community manager typing other than notifications regarding Twitter messages and things like that, which actually get posted by the bot, I guess, and news and things like this. But I'd like to think that our suggestions are actually reaching the development team. I really would like if the development team were like Torchlight's development team. Very active in the Discord, on a daily basis, chatting with the players, regardless whether it's for game related stuff or just general chats. If you go in the Torchlight Discord channel, which is /play Torchlight, I think, you're gonna see what I mean. Even Max Schaefer, who is one of the co-creators of Diablo 1 and 2, who is the big boss in Echtra, the development team of Torchlight 3. You can see even he is very active every now and then in the Discord channel, listening to feedback or just having general chats. And this is what I like to see when it comes to indie development companies or not so indie development companies that are small in size. You have your community on your side, and it's always nice to be talkative with them, to listen to their ideas and to do what you can to include those suggestions into the game. I mean, it's obvious that some of the suggestions that people would give would be terrible and wouldn't be good for the game, but there's gonna be a lot of good suggestions. And Echtra, Torchlight 3's development team, are great when it comes to listening to the community. There's been cases where they would preview a certain system and then the community would say, but why did you do it this way? What about changing this to maybe something like that? And then the, in brackets, that actually makes it before that system gets released. When the system gets given to the players, they do it the way they suggested rather than the way they initially teased they would do it. So that's just an example of something that has happened with Torchlight. And I can't wait for Torchlight to lift the non-disclosure agreement so I can start making builds and stream the game. Next week there will be a meeting. I'm not sure whether anyone can participate, but the community manager contacted me to participate in a meeting to give feedback about future stuff. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that they're going to be previewing a new frontier, a new chapter, maybe some concept for it, and that's probably what they're going to want feedback from us regarding. I'm going to ask if I'm allowed to talk about it once the meeting is done. But I'm excited about that meeting. Alright, let's change characters again. Let's go play Kiwa. Let's play Mortar Kiwa. I haven't played Mortar Kiwa in quite some time. So about the explosions on Mortar Kiwa. It's not a meta build. It's not the meta set. This powder carrier. Was that it? Yeah, that's the one I want. Okay, let's get my items first. Let's play. You can see on Kiwa I don't have O green. In fact, the only thing I've got O green is the Battle Architect, which is the turret build. Even then, I can still do Chaos 9 with this one, even with this one I can do Chaos 9, even 10 with those. Kiwa was very strong from the get-go. Like, I didn't have a full set completed on Kiwa. I didn't have a full set when I first created her, when I was still leveling her up. What I noticed is that even without a fully completed set of the red, as long as I had full red items from mixed sets, I could do Chaos 6 and 7. Chaos 6 and 7 without even getting heroic skill and a set bonus. That's how strong she was. So pretty good experience. Let me check what my build is. So pretty much the standard build. but I don't want that damage reduction here. And why do I have only 3 points? I should have 2 more points somewhere. I think might have messed up something. What did I mess? Something's not wrong, not right here. So I need to have Engineer of War. I need to have Move Mountains. Then I should get Discreet and then Discreet. And then I should have 5 more points. Okay, now we have 5 more points. I'm not sure where I had more points before, but there we go. Now I can get this cooldown reduction. Whether it's this cooldown reduction here or this cooldown reduction here, it doesn't matter. It's the exact same. No difference whatsoever at all. What did we change? The God skills. Okay, so this build is not that good when it comes to either the damage reduction or the damage, but it's still fine as a build. Fucking exploding enemies, really don't want those. Crit chance reduction, really don't want that. Exploding skeletons could be a bit dangerous, but let's do it. We're kind of not that squishy, but still in a way squishy if there's many skeletons exploding. What else is there? Sandstorms and then maximum energy decrease. They're getting there. Ah, fuck, he's healing. Wow, he was on like 5% HP before he healed. This mortar set is kind of on damage spikes. So when mortar is ready, you get that extra super high damage. When it's not ready, you're kind of not gonna do that much damage. That's why good cooldown reduction is crucial for this. Right now my cooldown is 11 seconds with cooldown reduction of 35. So I've got bad gear. On Kiwa I really need at least 55-60% cooldown reduction to make the most out of this deal. Let's say 55% should be okay. And I really want that good pistol called Forge Butt, but Forge Butt is broken right now and you don't get that extra damage. But Forge Butt and the Mortar build would be amazing. So I'm hoping with the next update they would fix Forge Butt and they would add invasion rings for Kiwa, because right now Kiwa doesn't have invasion rings. You can collect the rewards, but you shouldn't. You shouldn't push your invasion on Kiwa. I would suggest don't complete it and just ignore invasions until they fix it, so you can collect some rings afterwards. I didn't know this, and then I went to rank 10 invasions and I started collecting rings from rank 1 to rank 10 for one of the rings, And by the time I realized that collecting the rewards doesn't actually give me the rings, I had already collected 10 rewards. So that means 10 rewards I'm never gonna be able to get until they, even when they fix it, it's not gonna give me the rewards. You see, the damage is kind of spiky, as I said. Look at the fucking circle. This needs a rework. This corroder is what gives me that circle moving around. You should be able to control where this circle goes. I think the circle should rotate around Kiva. Let's say it rotates like a moon around the Earth. It rotates around Kiva. And if you move Kiva, the circle moves. So let's say the circle is here and I move like I move on the other side, so that means the circle moves on to my other side. So if the circle is in front of me and I move Kiva to face the other direction, the circle would be here. And it should be rotating, so that way you would have to be rotating around the enemies to keep that circle where the enemy is. Something like that would be an interesting mechanic, rather than completely randomly moving. Look at that, look at this. What sort of bullshit is this thing? It requires you to keep the enemy in the circle, which is completely random right now, and it's not how it should be. And Kiva is the only one that has such a bullshit mechanic on an item. Other heroes get tons of crit damage and damage just by wearing the item, whereas with Kiva you have to make sure that the item circle is where the enemy is. It might sound like a fun idea, but in the end it's not. I just wanna see something. So collecting scrap reduces my cooldown by 1 second. And I think they need to increase the pickup rate on this thing. I think with those rings that I was suggesting to increase the pickup rate of Bloodlust orbs, I think those rings should also increase the pickup rate of scrap. That would mean players would want to be using the Bloodlust and what's its name? Granite, was it? Gromril, the Gromril and the Bloodlust rings. Where was Bloodlust? So Siegebreaker. So Siegebreaker and Gromril. People would want to be using those if they add increased pickup radius for orbs and the scrap counts as orbs. Right now it's super boring having to go and pick up those scraps. It doesn't work. And that's some great quality of life if they consider this idea and having with the next patch. Have at least one of those rings and to be able to pick up those orbs and those scraps from a distance would be great. That would really help you be spamming this mortar the way you should. Because as I said, mortar would be all about cooldown reduction if I were to suggest what is the most important to build. With Forge Blood you're gonna be doing amazing on bosses. Although the Forge Blood pistol, which I was talking about, instead of having 3% damage and 100 stacks, I think it needs to be 6% damage and 50 stacks. It's still gonna be 300 total damage more of the enemy taking, but I think it should be easier to build the stacks. Because by the time an enemy reaches 100 stacks, he's probably gonna be dead anyways. And of course this is meant to be stronger against enemies with a lot of HP like bosses. But think of it that way. How long does it take to enemy to take burning damage from your tiles? Is it one per second when he's burning? Is it 2 per second? Of course, even if you have 5 turrets that are doing burning damage, the flamethrower turrets, even if you have 5 of those, they do what? 1 stack per second, each 5 stacks per second. It's still gonna take a while. I think changing it to half the stacks but double the damage would be good enough. They've already done similar reworks to Blade of Vengeance, so I think this needs to get the Blade of Vengeance treatment, and it needs to get fixed. Right now it's broken and doesn't work at all. So there's that. Oh fuck. So mortar, as you can see, is not really great right now with my current items damage wise. But it can be better. It can still throw chaos not, so just not as fast as my other sets can. So at least we're surviving. It's important. Bit by bit, by the time I do a second mortar, most elites die. Sure which way to go. I think I'm gonna go this way for the boss. Or maybe that's the dead end. Yeah, that's the dead end. But let's just check to make sure. Yeah. So the boss is this way here. This way. This way. Oh, wrong way. That's an annoying map. That should be the boss room, yeah. No, don't die. So much damage over time with those sandstorms.
Forged by the gods!
They died? He died.
Forged by the gods!
Fuck, I didn't realize there were so many little bugs on me. And it doesn't say insects regularly appear. But yeah, damn sandstorms and everything. Those sandstorms really need a nerf. And not just the sandstorms. Every damage over time field gets super strong on Chaos 9 and 10. And no matter how much resistance to damage over time and damage reduction you've got, when there's so many spawning, like when you've got 5 of them, you can kind of getting wrecked. Right.
Gods! By the gods!
Alright, let's collect.
Forged by the gods!
Okay. Should I make that 30%? 27.6 here. By the way, don't use this legendary rage. It's not worth it. Even on an explosion based build, it's just not worth it. And this one can go up to 10% healing, 10% HP heal, with up to, what was it, 50% chance? But that's when using skills that consume energy, so you have to have a build with this. So on Conrad, not Conrad, but on what's its name, Elontier. On Elontier you can have some fun builds with this one. The energy damage over time build I was talking about earlier. Not Swanesh cooldown reduced. So yeah, this build a little bit slower with the clearing speed. That's actually not just a little bit, it's much slower than my melee and then my turret setups. What's the map mods? Losing HP. Alright, that's fine.
Forged by the gods! What that flames consume you! Forged by the gods!
This is for me the most fun set, but unfortunately it's the weakest right now. Because I really love explosions and lots of burning and stuff like that.
Forged by the gods! Forged by the gods! More flames consume you!
Die.
Forged by the gods! More flames consume you!
I keep forgetting to spam turrets. Spamming turrets with spawning my British chain reaction and increasing my damage by a lot. Because right now, you can see my crit damage is 749. Without the British chain reaction, that's only 349. So I'm getting more than double my crit damage when I keep spamming turrets with that British chain reaction.
Gods! gods! Let my northern flames consume you! Cooked by the
There
gods!
the leads. See, Kiva is one of the worst when it comes to her Bloodlust skills. I think Bloodlust skills in general need a rework. The way they scale on the higher difficulties is terrible. Most heroes, if not even all heroes and all of their skills are terrible when it comes to the damage you can do with those skills compared to the damage you can do with your normal skills. And since for the time, for the duration of that Bloodlust mode, you are sacrificing a lot of your skills on your skill bar. In most cases you're sacrificing a lot of survivability. Yes, you do have a lot of regeneration when you have that Bloodlust, which does give you some survivability, but you're still sacrificing your whole skill bar to get that round. So they definitely need to buff those skills to make them scale well based on your bonuses and stuff like that. Because right now you can see I could barely scratch them with her, whereas with my other skills I'm doing much better. If I were to use it on Chaos 4 5, of course I would be able to do okay damage, but when it comes to Chaos 8, 9, 10, it's just barely gonna do anything.
By the gods! By the gods! Let my northern flames consume you!
But yeah, auto pickup of those craftings would be perfect if they add an option with those rings. And I can see myself spawning that mortar and just being as strong as the other builds. A good fiery ring of Tori will be amazing. If I get a good fiery ring of Tori or Curse, that's gonna mean so much to this build. Look at the damage. I can even do 1 million with my Bloodlust skill. Now let's go kill the boss. He should be in this place here. I'm trying to collect scrap to see if it could help me do better rather than spamming skills. I'm trying to do mortar, pick up scrap, do mortar, pick up scrap. See if that playstyle gets rewarded more than just standing and bashing skills to the boss right now. With Fiery Ring of Tori this would work very nicely because every damage over time, every little burning tick has a chance to reduce the cooldown. So ideally I would probably be using Granite and Fiery Ring of Tori, or Gromril and Fiery Ring of Tori, especially if they make increased range of pickup when using the Gromril. Even the Bloodlust would be fine, because then that's gonna be even more damage. If I can survive, it's gonna be nice. Let's pick up the chest. I'm gonna grab that corroder, because it might be better than the one I'm using. And I've got a green corroder, but it's not better than my red one, unfortunately. I really need cooldown reduction and crit chance on my weapons. And this one has it, whereas my green one doesn't have the cooldown. And that's a lot of cooldown, 5.9 lost. Actually, the other one has the cooldown. The other one doesn't have the crit chance, which is 12%, which is a ton. Let's see. Where is the one I picked up? The red one. I remember picking up. Wait, did I not pick it up? Pretty sure I booted the red corroder. Maybe I didn't. My bad. Cooldown damage, resistance to damage over time. Cooldown damage, energy counterattack damage. 3.5, 3.9, 1.8, 1.8. Well, that other one seems to be better, I guess, for now. Even though a little bit less cooldown. Alright, let's do another one. Let's see what the chat is saying. Is there any build with engineer that does not use hammer strike? Well, this build doesn't require to use hammer strike. If you're talking about the heavy pounding, you can use many builds without it. I can tell you the broken super strong combo on any build, on any set. All you need is you need excavation mastered, and you need that passive skill that gives you fire skills do. This one, mechanical hits mastered. So if you combine mechanical hits mastered with excavation mastered and health drain, just need one item with health drain. Of course, the more the better. You're gonna be almost unkillable. As long as you make sure things don't one-shot you, you're gonna be healing back to full within like less than a second with excavation. It's broken because this extra fire damage based on overheating level somehow gives you a ton of wife steal. So this is the thing that is broken, this extra fire damage based on overheating level. It gives you a ton of wife steal with the wife steal stat. So you don't have to be using heavy pounding, I just like it. I mean, with this build I don't really need it. I can easily just put excavation there. And since I think I'm using that passive, maybe I'm not. I'm not using that passive, but if I want to, I can maybe replace something and get that passive. Damage taken is reduced based on overheating level. I really like this though. Overheating increases faster. There's, by the way, an option to make sure that overheating never does an explosion. It was it this one? Overheating level won't cause an explosion, but health is reduced based on overheating level. So you want this more Grim Smite with that build, with the build for Excavation Mastered with mechanical hits. So your god skills probably would be like this. This is 410 crit damage from passive. This is the most crit damage you can get on the skill tree. So you get the crit damage here, you get to stop on this crit damage there. You get this and you use this. You don't... I don't suggest using that one. So I suggest using this one. And then you get this damage here, you get all that crit damage here, you get all the other bonuses on the way. And then you use more Grim Smite, and as soon as you use more Grim Smite you start using Excavation. And with that passive it's just a ton of survivability. This is also nice because fire damage is increased and overheating increases the damage even more. Of course, I've noticed that this damage you do, that extra fire damage, is not the main damage, but it's the main source of survivability. But this is fine. You're not gonna be getting the bonus of overheating explosions because you're not gonna have overheating explosions with this. And as soon as you stop using Excavation, you have to disable more Grim Smite, because look at my HP when I use more Grim Smite.
Burn by the fire of the forge!
Wait, why is it not going down? I think something's broken here. I don't have my weapons equipped on this, because this is just to show you the skills. But my HP is supposed to go down. So based on my overheating, I need to have overheating, that's why. So the more overheating you've got, the more your HP would go down, and eventually you would get maximum overheating and your HP would keep going down. But yeah, let's go back to the mortar. Reset this. Maybe this one would work. But yeah, the hammer thing is just a optional thing. On this build it's completely not needed. I just like it. I like it. You can see how much slower it is to kill them right now for me. If you've seen me play the other builds. I'm gonna switch to my other build later just to show you the difference. After this map I can switch to the melee killer build, for example. The one with the hammer pounding skill and being the main source of damage, and with the melee set that increases the melee damage. By the way, the thing I was talking about, the thing I showed you with Excavation, it's much better to use that with the melee set rather than the blaze set. My build for it, the Blazing Excavator, is with the blazing set, but I suggest using it with the melee, with the Anvil Strike or whatever it's called set. It's stronger that way. Because the blazing set gives you damage to fire skills, and it is a fire skill, but it doesn't give you as much damage as the as the melee set gives to melee skills. And it is a melee skill, so it's better to just get the right balance for it. All the way here.
Forged by the gods. Let not dwarven flames consume you. Forged by the gods. Dwarven flames consume you.
This guy took a beating. How much took me to kill him?
Dwarven flames
Let's see if
consume
he's only
you.
a bit faster.
Forged by the gods. Let not dwarven flames consume you.
Still trying to collect that scrap to be able to spawn. Trying to adopt that playstyle. So where is the keyword? I don't think there is a keyword, but 3 different techniques.
Forged by the gods.
Maybe killing the archer first might be the better option here.
Forged by the gods. Dwarven flames consume
And I'm liking that, unlike Diablo with its unlimited paragons, here you have a soft cap. You have a soft cap after which you're not gonna be getting bonuses.
consume you.
So after 1200 legend levels, which good luck in anyone who wants to get them, and it takes a while, you're not gonna receive any more benefits from that.
Flames consume you.
And you don't even need that much. I mean, right now at 400 and something, close to 500, I feel I have plenty to do what needs to be done. The rest is just bonus points. I think after 250 it starts getting kind of just a bonus quality of life points, getting those extra levels. But it's always good to have them. I mean, it's better to have them than not to.
Let not dwarven flames consume you.
And since in most cases the explosion skill, this one, Legendary Rage, is kind of useless, I think the soft cap you can say is 1000. When you max all those four to 200 power, 100 power, 100 chance, 200 each, after 1000 you're kind of done with those levels. So if they make us, if they add seasonal content, which I really hope they don't, but if they make an online only mode and make people start over, because right now many people are worried about cheating in the game, and I've played with cheaters in my game. And at first they were saying it's a glitch, but why am I not getting the glitch with the same character? Then another viewer showed me a screenshot of a trainer. He actually posted in the Discord channel before it got deleted, and I could see that the exact option that the other person was claiming was a glitch was actually something you could do with the trainer. So since that moment I was pretty sure the guy was cheating, and a couple of weeks or 3 weeks ago the same guy joined my game, and immediately the first thing I told him is to disable the cheat or leave the game, and he left the game. And I told him to not say it's a glitch because I'm pretty sure it was not a glitch what he was using. So that's why online only mode would be nice, where you have anti-cheating systems in place. I wouldn't mind having to start over again, losing my progress again, if I know after that everything would be in a cloud save and there would be no cheating and anything like that. If they decide to add competitive modes, like for example people competing for points or how far they reach in the Tower of Chaos, something like that. If they decide to add something for the competitive people, and there's a lot of those in those games, they would really need to add online only modes. Even if they don't add seasons, they would need to somehow deal with the cheating, and online only mode would be, I guess, the thing to do it. And it's gonna be nice to be able to download your online hero and play it offline, but without being able to upload your offline hero to the online. Let's say you go somewhere where you don't have internet, and you somehow have taken a laptop with you or something like that, and you just wanna be able to play the game if you have some free time and just feel like playing the game. People should be able to have that. Or let's say your internet is down, you have some provider issues. It would be nice to have your online hero saved on your PC and being able to play it just without being able to carry over the offline progress to the online mode. And that applies to every single game like this. Some people might want to play without requiring an internet connection, even if you can't carry over the progress just for fun. Oh, that's slowing. Alright, the boss should be in the next room. Oh no, it's not. That's a dead end. Or a whoop. Let's call it a whoop. Build up my crits. This way, that's where the boss should be. Oh fuck! I used that in the wrong place. Well, now I'm not gonna have it for the place I thought. I think I have it ready now. Ah, stun. Get away. Alright, this one's killed. I was trying to collect more scrap this time. You saw me not staying in one place, but actually collecting those scrap pieces. That's a fun weird build. Most people wouldn't be even considering using the scrap. What was the name of the skill? Recycling Master, was it? Yeah, most people wouldn't consider using that. To have to collect scrap. To get cooldowns reduced and some other stuff. Oh, healer. I didn't even notice. By the gods! Wait, I lost my cursor for a moment there. Even though I'm using a big cursor, and that's something I really like in the options. Not sure where it was. I normally decrease the brightness because when I'm doing Act 3 my eyes hurt from the white snow. But yeah, cursor size. Definitely love it when there's that option. game like this. Rock Splitter. I love me a good Rock Splitter for... Let's see. Flat damage. Not so much, but good. Armor piercing, crit damage. So what am I losing? I'm losing HP. It doesn't have the 36,000 HP, and this is a big boss. I'm winning armor piercing and crit damage. I'm losing the health drain, which means I probably won't have health drain on anything else. Yep. If I get health drain on something else, then I'm gonna consider using it. Because eventually I'm gonna get better HP. If I get this and this change to green, I'm gonna get a lot of HP. So not a bad drop. It's gonna boost my damage if I use it. Oh, let's get that roller. I'm using a red one, so maybe I'm gonna get a better roller. No cooldown reduction, so it's not better. Armor, HP, energy, speed. Armor, HP, resistance over time, no speed. Okay, let's change heroes again. Can you show the soldier? Yes, let's show the soldier. The soldier right now I need gear. To do Chaos 9 I need gear, so I'm gonna be doing Chaos 6, 7, 8. Chaos 7 and 8 is fine with the build I've got going for me. Basically what I need is a new necklace. A good new necklace. Because they broke it. Now with this patch they broke the most important thing for a soldier, which was this necklace. Thrice blessed copper medal. This was the most important thing for a soldier to be able to survive, because each time you used this skill,
Feel the wrath
that's 20%
of my
HP.
herald.
This another 20%, 20%, 20%. So as long as you were spamming this skill, it's 20%. And I think they wanted to nerf this, and what they did is they kind of broke it. So now even if I use this initial cast
The
of
wrath
God
of my
skill,
herald.
or let's say use this
Be
God
my
skill,
arm.
even
Be
those
my
20%
weapon.
plus 20% HP healing we don't get. So I know that that it might be a little bit overpowered, every few
Feel the wrath of my herald.
this one, but they should have at least kept the basic cast of a god skill to give you 20% HP. So after they nerfed this, broke it, it's actually a bug I think, it's kind of very difficult to survive. Now I'm forced to be using the Medic's Pavis, or Pavis, I'm not sure how to pronounce this. I'm forced to be using the Medic Shield and to be using the Heroic Wisdom of the Apothecary, and to be picking up healing items from the ground to be able to survive. So right now I'm using this as a setup. So I'm using Divine Judgment Mastered, but let's show you the god skills first. So Divine Judgment Mastered, and here we're going for Blessings of the Brave. Then we're taking this damage, and then we're taking this damage. So it's basically my old god skills for the Sowan's Justice, for the Sowan's set, the Holy Justice or whatever I called it. My old Justice of the Empire set. The god skills are the same, but the skills are different. Now we have padded armor in the mix, and the skills here are the same. The stuff here is the same, But we have padded armor in the mix, and I'm keeping Herald of the Empire for the damage reduction, keeping this for the damage reduction, keeping this for the crit damage and crit chance, and this for the duelist chain reaction. So this is for the healing. So let's change to Chaos 8, just to show you that it can do Chaos 8, but for Chaos 9 it's gonna be a little bit of a different story. Pistolier is a bit stronger now. Now Pistolier with padded armor has more survivability, which was before the main problem of a Pistolier build. So with padded armor, Pistolier would be good, because Pistolier never was about the healing from that god skill. Before, when I was using Pistolier, I was using far off enemies take more damage. I was using Meadow of Destiny, that's what I was using on my Pistolier, and I'm still using. You take 10% more damage, but enemies that are far away from you, and far off means enemies that are not within melee distance. So even that enemy there, this enemy here, compared to me here, counts as a far off enemy, from what I've noticed. Now he's not far off, now he's within my melee reach, so it doesn't count as it. So with the Pistolier, that's a good amulet. So the Pistolier doesn't get affected by this mechanic, breaking that amulet, and gets stronger because you can implement padded armor in the Pistolier build for up to 40% damage reduction, but it still is not strong from the get-go. You need to build up those stacks, and you need to keep those stacks up there. So with this setup we want as many enemies as we can around you, to be able to build our damage reduction, to be able to build our Blade of Vengeance. Blade of Vengeance, you know how it works, is we block and then we get a stack of Vengeance or whatever it is. I don't think I'm using Blade of... I am. So you get 20% damage per stack, and you get... Now that's something new. Blade of Vengeance didn't give damage reduction before. This is the new thing. So now you can get up to 30% damage reduction and up to 200 damage. I think before this was 400 damage you can get with Blade of Vengeance. I think they nerfed it. Before it was 20 stacks of 20% damage, I think, if I remember correctly. Now it's 10 stacks of 20% damage, but you can get damage reduction. I need to check my old videos to see exactly what was the old one. And I kind of deleted the backups on my computer, so the only place I can find those are YouTube. So I'm gonna probably watch my old builds to see how strong Blade of Vengeance. So as soon as you see just a few enemies left, just leave and find more. With this build, it's better off, because you can see this Blade of Vengeance stacks. They're not gonna get built if it's just one enemy around you, and you're losing a lot of damage if you keep standing and hitting just a single enemy. Let's gather them up. You need to get hits, and you need to be blocking those hits to get this going. And if you're blocking, this gives you cooldown reduction as well. Each successful block has a chance to reduce all cooldowns, which means you can keep spamming meteors. That's the main source of damage, the meteors. That's why this is so important to have many enemies around you when playing that. So the only change, as I said, for this build is the Blade of Vengeance kind of works slightly differently. You don't build 20 stacks but rather build 10 stacks, and you do a little bit less damage, I think, per stack, or not per stack but in total, but you get more damage reduction now. And you can't heal as much because you don't have that amulet working, so you have to be picking up those healing items from Wisdom of the Apothecary if you need healing. Before you could pretty much face tank everything from this guy. Only maps where your armor is permanently reduced or the cooldowns are increased were a bit of a problem sometimes. But Chaos 8 is good enough to farm. You can probably even do Chaos 9, but it's gonna take much longer to kill bosses. I can try and take this to Chaos 9 to see how we're gonna do.
Feel the wrath of my hell.
You can get some fragments here. You can see how bad the damage is when I've got the Bloodlust mods. As I was talking about that earlier, every single hero needs a rework on the Bloodlust skills. They need to be much stronger than they are in the higher difficulties. Maybe it's fine for Chaos 1 to 5 or maybe 1 to 6, but Chaos 7, 8, 9, 10, those skills barely do any damage in those difficulties. The Bloodlust skills on all characters. Probably Bragi is the only hero that can still kind of get decent damage on Chaos 9 Invasion when doing the crit monster build. Mostly because of all that crit damage with the spin to win Bloodlust skill. You can kind of deal okay damage.
The wrath of my hell.
And still not enough compared to your normal skills. And this is supposed to give you a burst of damage. This is supposed to be like something that would give you an extra edge of survivability and damage for a few seconds. So right now it's pretty underwhelming. It's the same shit as apocalyptic forms in Wosen. No one uses them because they're just too weak. At least here you use them because you can get fragments, so at least there's one thing that people use those Bloodlust modes for, unlike Wosen's broken apocalyptic forms that just don't scale well with the endgame content. So at least here we can use those forms to get increased drop rates of fragments in easy content where they're gonna do damage. Conrad, by the way, I really need to farm items for him to make this build strong. I think health drain is the new thing. If you want to survive on Conrad, you're gonna need health drain. And that way, if I get a sword with like this one but with health drain instead of cost reduction, let's say, and let's say on this shield instead of cost reduction again or maximum energy, whichever of those, or maybe even instead of the counterattack damage, if I get first of all, this shield needs HP, second of all it needs health drain, third of all a little bit of crit damage. I'm not sure whether shields can get crit damage. Let me check. So you need block chance, block damage, crit chance, cooldown, flat damage, flat HP, and health drain. The rest is just whatever. Oh, you can get crit damage. So let's say I remove the counterattack damage, the cost reduction and the energy, and I add health drain, HP and crit damage. Then you're gonna have a perfect row. And on this one I would remove the cost reduction and counterattack damage and add flat HP and health drain. I don't even care about the crit damage, I prefer the armor piercing, I guess. So I actually do have crit damage here, and swords, I don't think swords can go crit chance, can they? Yeah, swords cannot get crit chance, is what I remember. Or hammers. So yeah, really need that health drain. On rings and amulets you can also get health drain, so that's 5 items on which you can get health drain. I don't think armors can give you that, but main hand, off hand, 2 rings and accessory. And with health drain you probably would be fine with this build without even worrying much about the healing from the medic shield. Maybe you wouldn't even need the medic shield. I'm using these rings because this one gives me cooldown reduction, and this is all about proccing Justice of the Empire as much as you can. And this one gives me damage reduction and HP. Yeah, I'm losing damage, but it's damage reduction and HP. Another good ring for the build is if you don't have a good retribution or you don't have a good fortification row. So basically you're looking for crit chance and cooldown reduction on the rings. Preferably with HP or flat damage, or both, and health drain. But the main priority is cooldown reduction and crit chance in the rings. And another good ring is Signet of Fortitude, but they changed it. Now you need to be picking up Bloodlust Orbs to get this bonus. And it's pretty annoying having to run around when you want to be standing in one place and attacking and face tanking. You want to be bunker. You want to be a bunker build with this set. You want to be getting hit all the time. And it kind of breaks the whole playstyle of the build. Now having to go and pick up Bloodlust Orbs. As I said earlier, they need to change those rings to increase the pickup radius of Bloodlust Orbs. So when I'm wearing this ring and maybe that ring, I'm getting increased pickup radius. This ring is also nice because now it gives you cooldown time. Flat 2 seconds when you pick up a Bloodlust Orb. Before it was only the damage increase, so they changed it. And this is also something worth considering. Because this gives you 2% cooldown reduction whenever you perform a critical hit. This, whenever you pick up a Bloodlust Orb, 2-second cooldown removed. So I'm not gonna be suggesting using this medal. This is only for farming. I just don't have a good row. Right now, the cooldown reduction medal would be the best one after they broke the Thrice Blessed medal. So I would suggest get a good Sacred Fire medal with crit chance, cooldown reduction, health drain, flat damage, HP, and whatever else you can get in the 5th row. Maybe crit damage or armor piercing or whatever else. I think that would be the best thing you can get now that they broke the Thrice Blessed. Let me change to Chaos 9 just to show you how difficult it is to do it with my current items. In the stats right now, my cooldown reduction is 54%. It is high, but it can be better. It can be better. Right now I've got 54% cooldown reduction without any buffs or anything like that. Because you can see this gives me 4.7, this gives me 4.9, this gives me 16, this gives me 6.9, this is 4.9, and the helmet is 8.3. So if you get it to 60%, good, but try to get it above 50 at least. Again, the more the better. Oh, Heroes Constantly Bleed is amazing. If you see this, that means padded armor would be always at 100 stacks, because you're constantly taking damage, which is constantly proccing padded armor. So you can see 1, 2, 3, it keeps building those stacks and it would never stop building those stacks. And it has chance to keep proccing Legendary Endurance, because it procs when you take damage, right? Was that how it procs? I'm not sure. I think this is worded wrong. I think this isn't damaging an enemy, but taking damage from an enemy. Because I'm not damaging an enemy right now. And it's still getting procced. So I think this is just worded wrong. I think taking damage has a chance to increase the damage reduction, to decrease damage taken. That's how they need to word it. You can see how sometimes I can end up spamming the meteor one after the other because it keeps resetting the cooldown. And this is what you're looking for. I mean, at one point you're gonna find the cooldown reduction to be good, because the more you're blocking, the more your cooldown resets with this set. So on this set maybe you can afford to have less cooldown from items, as long as you're blocking enough and having those procs from the set. And actually you would want to be using this banner. If you're doing Chaos 9, you want Banner of the Order Superior for damage reduction. Right now I'm using the wrong banner, but this banner gives me cooldown reduction, so I think it's fine. If I can survive, it's fine, but if you're having trouble surviving, sacrifice this cooldown and damage and get this banner. Mastered Banner of the Order, I think, is the better one. No, actually Superior is better because it's 16-second duration. This is 12-second duration. I'm not sure what the point of using this one is. I mean, same energy cost, same cooldown reduction. Oh, this gives you immunity to control effects, so this is probably better if you're fighting in maps where there's a lot of damage, a lot of crowd control effects. On this map, it would actually be a very good idea to be using that banner, because those bulls can charge me and push me away from my circle. But yeah, I normally go for the damage reduction banner. I only use the damage banner when I'm doing easier content, like invasions or like Chaos 7, 6, etc. But you can see how worse the cooldown ends up being right now. So if you have problems with the cooldown reduction, you might wanna adopt a playstyle that allows you to use the other banner. And it's also more damage with the other banner, so kind of have to decide. This radius is smaller than this radius, so if you don't need the crowd control reduction, you can get this one. And you can see it has some... Fuck. I kind of got myself stuck here. Another thing I really think needs reworking is break through the ranks. Right now you're tickling the ranks, you're not breaking through them, you're giving them a little tickle. You can't push them that much, and it's not helping you escape. It's supposed to be an escape mechanic skill, and you just can't escape. If the enemies are in your way, you're barely gonna... I'm just gonna show you. Look at how little I'm pushing them. It should definitely break through them, like it should keep pushing them behind more than now. You can see now he's standing in one place, he's not moving. So that's... I could hardly call this breaking through the ranks. Tickle the ranks, yeah. I'm definitely tickling them. It's not doing damage, it's not helping me escape. So what's the point? Of course you're moving faster, that's the point, but it still doesn't fit the name. So let's go for the more damage oriented banner, I guess, for now. Kind of like that cooldown.
Be my arm. Be mine to feel my herald.
Fuck, I can't escape. Fucking hell. I need to build my damage reduction. Once I died, I was that 40% damage reduction, and I just need to wait for that to get built up. Come on. See how he keeps getting stuck in some enemies, and that shouldn't be a thing. And right now we don't have enough enemies to keep resetting our cooldowns as much as I would want to. Fuck, don't get stuck. Ah, fuck. I still haven't built my damage reduction to as much as I would want it. That's the game. And the enemies in this game always try to surround you and get you stuck. So that's why you can see how much more difficult it is on Chaos 9 compared to Chaos 8 earlier. It's just not worth the time until this build becomes better now. It used to be the strongest build in the game before, in regards to being able to face tank everything before. When you could heal with that pew 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 skill with this thing.
Be my arm. Feel the wrath of my herald.
And it could do up to like 40 million damage per meteor before. Which is strong, with enough spamming damage and stacking bonuses. But right now you're kind of forced to not stay in one place all the time. Even with the damage reduction banner, I could end up dying easily if I don't pay attention. I mean, you're still doing okay damage, up to 10 something million damage right now, without even having maxed out the chain reaction. And without maxed out Blade of Vengeance, but when you max those out, it becomes much stronger. And the good thing is it's not just one meteor, but it's multiple meteors falling and doing damage. And on a big boss, every meteor would hit them. On those enemies, it's not gonna be more than 1 or 2 meteors that hits the enemy. Because they don't all fall in the exact same place. But on a big boss, something that takes a lot of the screen, those Jabber's White enemies, for example. The Jabber's White or the other one on 4 legs. Basically the ones that have 4 legs. Those bosses take a big part of the screen and are going to be hit by probably every single meteor. It's gonna take forever to kill those 3. They're pretty beefy when they buff each other. I don't have my Blade of Vengeance stacks, only 3-4 stacks. You can use those fields on the ground, by the way, the damage over time fields on the ground to build Blade of Vengeance stacks. But on the high difficulties that's a lot of damage, and if there's too many of those corruption marks or whatever it's called in the same place, you're gonna get melted if you don't have the damage reduction to solve picking up healing items. Not a big fan of having to play the way I play right now, but that's the only way to survive. Pick up those healing potions from the ground. And by having to move around, I'm not getting hit as much, which means I'm not building my Blade of Vengeance stacks as much. So you might as well just switch to Grudge Holder instead of Blade of Vengeance, and use Taunt. So instead of break through the ranks, you might want to be using Taunt and a Grudge Holder, because at least you're gonna be taunting the enemies and making them take what was it, 100 more damage? Grudge Setward is 100 more damage rather than 200 from the Blade of Vengeance. So it's kind of okay. Or if you want survivability, a Sacred Scepter it's nice. It's gonna give you more healing, it's gonna give you 20% damage reduction, so it's not that bad. Magnus's Gift is kind of terrible though. Magnus's Gift is good against enemies that heal. But this stupid damage you can do is barely anything, so you're sacrificing a lot of potential damage buff from the other, or damage reduction from the other items if you use Magnus's Gift.
Feel the wrath of my herald.
So yeah, this from the strongest build moves on to one of the weakest overall across all classes. And this used to work with any set other than the Pistolier. You could play the same passives and god skills, except with a different heroic skill, and kind of have it be equally strong with the... not equally strong, but slightly less strong on the meteoric set and the blazing set, whatever it was called. Of course, it was always strongest on this set, on the Solan set, because of the ridiculous amounts of cooldown reduction when you keep walking. If they fix that amulet, it's gonna be back to the way it should be. If they fix that amulet to be able to heal 20% when using a god skill. Right now it doesn't work on any character. You cannot get healed by using god skills, any god skills, on any character when you're wearing that amulet. But as I said, the Skaven Killer Pistolier build right now is the thing that's getting more beefy than before. It always had the damage before, it just didn't have enough damage reduction to easily survive the hardest difficulties before. Now it can get it with padded armor. But you're still gonna have to be careful because it's still gonna be kind of squishy until you build those stacks with padded armor.
Feel the wrath of my herald.
You can even try something. You can try using Pistolier with Sacred Scepter. Pistolier and Sacred Scepter. Would be nice because you have that damage reduction. And Pistolier doesn't need that damage reduction. You can try stacking Sacred Scepter with Signet Ring of Fortification and maybe... what was that ring? Fortitude, and try picking up Bloodlust Orbs. And then you're gonna be able to survive a bit more on the Pistolier. We can try doing that now. After this I can switch to my pistolier and see what we can do. Not gonna be getting that damage, but pistolier does damage anyways, so if you can make it more beefy, eventually you're gonna be able to do a lot. If you can make pistolier stand in one place and survive. There was a time where you had unlimited potion use. You could reduce the cooldown of the potion to 0. On Conrad there was a time where no cooldown potions was the build. It was fun times. You could reduce the cooldown of the potion to kind of something that allows you to spam it. It was very fun. I'm doing that back then. Fuck. I didn't see him doing the big damage AoE. Well, now I'm back to no damage reduction, so I'm gonna be easier to kill now. And since it's a boss fight, it's gonna be a bit difficult to build those 100 stacks. So here a grudge holder and taunt would be better, because I'm not gonna be able to build my Blade of Vengeance stacks. Before you could face tank and build those stacks easily. Seven, 9, 10 stacks. Okay, now we're at max damage. Trying to use those marks on the ground to build the Blade of Vengeance stacks. Fuck, the big damage hit me. Thankfully the medic shield spawned a healing potion for me very close by. Big damage incoming. When you see their back glowing, those mutalids and the other mutalids in the other act, that's when they're doing, when they're like raising their feet, this thing. So they're kind of like shouting, and something happens to that glowing thingy, and then they do that damage, the AoE. Thankfully this guy has the least range. The poison guy has the biggest range on that AoE big damage skill. So next time I'm gonna change to the pistolier just to test the thing I just thought might be a good combo, make him more beefy. Okay, good. So let's remove those things. Skaven Cure was number 4, I think. Yeah. There's new Skaven Cure items, I need to check them later. New for me, because I've looted them recently and not checked them if they're better. Pools of wood probably would end up being difficult to deal with for me. We'll see. So I want that shield. I'm gonna equip... so cooldowns, you don't need cooldowns. On this setup, it's good to have cooldown reduction, but it's not a must-have. Crit chance you do need though. For amulet, far off enemies take extra damage is a good amulet. Medal of Destiny. And this one is the one with the crit chance, so I'm gonna use that one. Ring wise, I don't think I've got anything with more crit chance than this one, so might as well just use it. Can anything beat 9.2 crit chance? This can be 9.6 crit chance. HP. I'm losing the HP from this one. 9.2 crit chance. 9.7 crit chance. This is nice because you get energy, and energy is good for Pistolier. 8.7 crit chance HP. So 9.2 crit chance. I'm losing a little bit of crit chance, but this might be a better option. Oh, that's nice. That's a good roll. Let's equip it. Where did it go? So I'm gonna experiment using the Ring of Fortitude as well. And as I said, I wanna be using the hammer. Let's find the best hammer we can get. I'm just gonna equip one and compare the other to it. So the difference is damage over time and counterattack damage for HP. So I guess the one with the HP is the better option. Obviously the better option. So we're not gonna have that much damage, but a bit more survivability won't hurt on a Skaven Killer build. That means I can try and get rid of this banner and put the damage reduction banner. And let's see how this goes. I'm not using Wisdom of the Apothecary, so I'm gonna have problem with the healing. Alternatively, I can get rid of this and get Wisdom of the Apothecary there. Another good synergy is, if I'm not gonna be using Wisdom of the Apothecary, you could use this Pavis of Anger. Pavis of Anger gives you 400% to the Shield Smash ability, and this also gives you increased range of Shield Smash. That means look at the range of Shield Smash. So the god skills I'm using are kind of similar to what I was using earlier, but instead of using Divine Judgment Mastered, I'm only using Superior, and I'm getting extra crit damage here. 65 crit damage. This one is kind of all the way to here, so kind of similar, just the difference, instead of those 3 points here, I've got those 3 points here. And I normally use energy stuff, but I found out that I no longer need to be using energy passives, such as energy rations or tireless. I used to be playing Pistolier with tireless and with these energy rations, share rations. Now I found out that I don't even need them. So this is probably the only other build I can think of right now. The build I was doing earlier, you can do the exact same build as the one earlier on any other set that's not Skaven Killer. So in Meteoric Island
Feel the wrath of my herald.
and on the Blazing Herald set, you can use the same thing I was doing earlier with the Solan. Just not gonna be as strong.
Be my arm.
But it can do Chaos 7, 8, even 9 if you play it well fast. I got stuck here. I don't want him to start hitting enemies with the basic attack. Right, let's leave the area and reset. Don't like the map modifiers. That might not be that terrible. So I've sacrificed a lot of my damage now with the items I'm wearing. Not sure how great it would work. Also, I don't need taunt, probably. I no longer need taunt, because I'm not using the taunting sword. So the damage would be very bad now. You can see 7 million only on the highest hits. And now you're seeing the problem with the energy. Wait, last time I played this, I'm not sure what I was doing, but I didn't have problem with the energy. Oh, probably because of the taunt. Alright, let's bring taunt back into the mix.
Be my arm. Be my weapon.
But the problem is this skill keeps trying to attack the enemy when I move, and I want to just move instead of attacking. Is he attacking now? Doesn't seem to be. Okay. I'm gonna try and get used to not targeting them.
Be my arm. Be my weapon.
And the damage reduction I got from this hammer is not enough to make it easy to survive. So with this build before, I used to be able to get with the glass cannon build up to 50 million, 40 something million damage. With the glass cannon build before they broke the purple ring. Before they broke the purple ring, and without using fortification signet. So let's try and do that. Let's try and remove the fortification signet. Use the purple. And maybe remove this one. And use Grudge Settler. Ah, fuck. And I'm gonna use the other banner for damage. Wait, am I using do this chain reaction? I am using do this chain reaction. But I only have one cooldown skill. That means I'm not gonna have enough. You can see how much better the damage is, but I'm dying easily. Even those little guys can kill me without a problem. So that was the problem before. Before I couldn't do. Before the limit was Chaos 8, and I just couldn't do Chaos 7 and 8 easily without being too squishy. Is this game fucking kidding me? Keep giving me the same stuff. That's why we really need that reworked, and they're working on a rework. Hopefully we have more freedom to pick what modifiers we're doing. This one I really didn't want to do a map. That's the main reason I started re-rolling. I didn't see it. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, the pistolier is tricky. It's not for everyone. First of all, you can see how bad I am at aiming. In a game like this, you have to aim with that skill. But you can see damage. If you play it well, if you're good at surviving, it's probably gonna work in your favor. But you saw earlier with the damage reduction version of the build, it was difficult to do damage. Now it's difficult to survive. Conrad kind of got fucked in the butt with a sandpaper condom with chili sauce as a loop, kind of. With this update. They removed the only thing that made him strong. They removed the only thing that made him strong and broke it.
Feel the wrath of my weapon.
So right now it's just boring to play this guy. Actually, Conrad has always been boring to play. There were times maybe when the game launched when he was fun to play, because you could do a lot of damage with things like this one, Sigmar's Rat. That was actually something that did a lot of damage. And you could just play the AoE Sigmar's Rat build before, but that's when Chaos 5 was the limit. When they added Chaos 7, Conrad was already boring to play, because the only build that was good to play and survive was the build I was doing earlier, but the real version with the immortal kind of healing from the amulet. Now that they broke this one, it's just proper boring playing this guy. Look how much I need to dodge to just survive in this map. And if I sacrifice the damage to get damage reduction, you saw what's happening. I can't do enough damage. Let's try and just remove the... Let's remove just the hammer, the weapon. Let's just do this, and let's just remove this ring and do the ring that reduces my damage but gives me damage reduction. Or should I just get a fortitude ring? See how that goes. 7 million hits. Still not easy to survive though.
Feel the wrath of my herald.
And my energy is in serious trouble right now. So let's say I get rid of Bastion Against Corruption and get energy stuff. In general, I think Conrad and all of his sets needed proper rework. All of his sets, a lot of his skills need a rework. This guy right now is at the bottom of the food chain, and he was at the top of the food chain. Even though he was boring to play, he was at the top back in December. But he needed a rework even then, because the only build that was viable was super boring to play, at least to me. Now I'm kind of stuck and I can't escape. Alright, enough. Enough torture. Enough torture. This is just shit. Let's just go play something better. Let's play another class. I'm gonna go play Bragi. I haven't played Bragi today. I've played them all, just not Bragi. And as I said, I wanna play. I wanna experiment with bleeding on Bragi. I wanna try and make something that's not your typical build. So wait, okay, mountain pendant. What's my counterattack items? Counterattack items. I've got one item with counterattack. Let's bless those two with counterattack then. But first, are there any upgrades? Helmet, no upgrade. Chest, no upgrade. Legs, no upgrade. Hands. Compare. So what I'm wearing doesn't give me damage, but it gives me more damage over time. But slightly more, so it does give me crit damage, the one I'm wearing though. Well, I'd rather wear this one right now, because this crit damage kind of gets negated by the counterattack damage we get here. So we're losing resistance to damage over time is the main loss here. Okay. Could bless this for more HP if I need to, and I'm probably gonna need to. Let's check the boots quickly. Last song. Oh, those boots are an upgrade because of the high counterattack damage. And it's a movement speed item as well. Alright, let's do this. So that gives us 3 items with counterattack damage. I don't need more. The other one can probably go for HP or for damage. Should I try the damage over time build? I'm gonna try damage over time build, but without putting damage over time items, and then I'm gonna try the other one. I wanna get my HP up. 200,000 doesn't seem like a good amount of HP, honestly. So someone was asking me on YouTube about bleeding builds, and I'm gonna see if I can make a build where bleeding is the main source of damage, where I'm not using Strike of the Anvil. But right now the skills are bad. The skills that you can use in such a build, and the skills that you have available for such a build are just not strong enough. It's just not strong enough right now. Wait, what the fuck have I been playing with here? I need to reset this. That's what I've been playing with. I've been playing with builds that don't rely on cooldowns much. Let me see, if I wanna be using bleeding, ideally damage reduction based on certain things would be nice. Ideally it would have been perfect to be going for spin to win build with bleeding or something like that, or there was this bleeding, what was it, swipe or whatever, shred. This heals you when you hit an enemy and inflict bleeding. This used to be strong. This is something that you really want to be using with bleeding. Another thing that was good for bleeding, cleaver, and it heals you. This used to be stronger. For laceration, it's kind of not that good for bleeding. I mean, this doesn't do bleeding, and this is fire, and this doesn't do bleeding. Sight is super weak, but bleeding enemies take more damage, so we could experiment with it a bit. So I'm thinking of doing a lot of experimentation with this. Bleeding deals more damage. Damage over time is increased based on percentage of raw damage. Each attack has a chance to stun bleeding enemies. How many points? 1 point? Really, just 1 point? I'm pretty sure I'm gonna change this immediately, so doesn't matter. I'm just gonna grab the passives first. Maybe I can change Trail of Blood as well for something else, but let's get Death Blow. It's a must-have, I think, for now. Ideally a skill with cooldown would be good, because right now I've only got one skill with cooldown, and that means Duelist Chain Reaction is out of the question. But I'm gonna try and figure out something. So this is not a skill with cooldown. This is not a skill with cooldown. This is not a skill with cooldown, and this is not a skill with cooldown. And if you're going for bleeding, that's your options. This is not bleeding. It doesn't cause bleeding. This is fire. This doesn't cause bleeding. The bleeding enemy generates energy. It might work. It might work to keep that energy up instead of Duelist Chain Reaction. So should I go for Shred? Again, the skill points are kind of not enough. So I'm gonna have to get rid of that one. I think Shred or Cleaver would be the one I want. Let's do Cleaver first, And then let's test Shred afterwards. Again, I don't think it's gonna be that strong. And first let's spend more points on... How is my cooldown reduction? 31%. Tragic. That's because my items are not good. They don't give me as much cooldown reduction, so... %, that's a bit better. But first of all, how many skills with cooldown have I got? This one is with the cooldown. Those are god skills with cooldown, but I still need cooldown reduction for those. Something like that. Oh, wait. Let's see how that works. First I'm gonna go on Chaos 8, I don't wanna go right into the hard stuff. And that's gonna be a good test, because that's a lot of damage over time. That's a lot of damage on me. So if I can survive this thing, we're gonna be good to go. Immediately dying. Can't say I didn't see this coming though. Yeah, and the damage is just not there. You can't compare this to a Strike of the Anvil build. Up to 2 and 8 million damage and... It's just incomparable. 15 million is the max I've done so far with my supposedly damage dealing skill. And that should do 3 times what it does right now. And the bleeding itself is just not doing much damage over time. Even though I don't have damage over time in my gear, my damage over time should be increased by my raw damage from that passive. Where was it? There was something that increased the damage. This one. See how much damage over time we've got here. But it's just that the build is not gonna do much damage. Even if I heal or what. Still not gonna be that great. Okay, let's change the skill from Cleaver to Shred. See how that changes things. Nope, the damage is still shitty. This damage needs to be 10 times more than what it is. Or let's not say 10 times, because I did 11 million at one point. Let's say it needs to be 4 times more to what it now does as a base. This skill. Because I don't have Duris chain reaction in the mix right now, so my crit damage is only 1667. My items also don't have that much counterattack damage on this build, I think. So this one would not work with dual chain reaction because you only have this one with cooldown, and that's it. Only one skill with cooldown. So dual chain reaction would at best be two stats. If you can even get two stats with just a single skill. That 24 million was not from my bleeding, it was from my god skill. So I mean, still clear stuff, but it just can't survive as much as it needs to. And the energy is so bad that you might find yourself without energy and not enough to survive, to run away with avenging charge, which is the escape mechanic. So let's do Laceration, which uses our HP, by the way. But that doesn't bleed, it's fire damage. This is the one that bleeds. With health drain, this could change. This could be pretty interesting to try with the health drain setup. If I get health drain in my gear and I stack that healing from the passive and max out that passive, and I stack the healing from Laceration to be negated by the health drain and by that passive here. Oh, I've missed the chest. But yeah, that's something different than the other braggy builds I've been playing with Strike Number, but it's definitely far from good. It's okay if played on lower difficulties, like maybe Chaos 7 and lower. You see right now I'm playing Chaos 8 and it's just not great. With health drain, I wanna get good health drain items with good rolls and check a Laceration build. That's not about the bleeding, not with this set, but with the other sets, just to see how good it might be. But builds based on bleeding, even with the fucking bleeding set, are not strong. It's not actually bleeding that helps me do the damage, it's direct damage that helps me do the damage. So this whole passive is kind of a wasted heroic, which could have been so much better. So that 25 million that I just did earlier was from Laceration. So out of all those bleeding type skills, the one that did the most damage has been Laceration. But again, it costs HP to use it, so you need health drain, you need to get more things to heal you. Probably stacking a lot of HP would work well with this. But stacking more HP would mean also more HP lost, because it's percent HP that you lose. Oh, healer. Let's kill him first. You definitely need good cooldown reduction, because if you keep getting this cooldown reset all the time, that means you're not gonna be consuming your HP during this invulnerability state. And with this passive that I just used, the Fire Breath, you have health regeneration that kind of negates the Laceration stuff. You can see it's still okay, but it's pretty easy to die with. Probably it's due to my items, probably it's due to my blessings not having enough HP. But I can't compare it in how viable it is regarding to the other setup. Just no room for comparison there right now. But you saw me testing different skills, and you saw that they're not that good. They're not great at all. I mean, this ring probably shouldn't be there, and I probably should be using something else. But I don't think I've got anything better rolled. See, this one would be perfect. Health, healing. Does it give crit chance? It doesn't give counter attack damage, but it gives me health drain, so I'm gonna try it now. 9.1 crit chance, 8.7. This gives HP, this doesn't. This gives damage over time. Well, I'm gonna try with the one with the health drain. I do like my cooldowns resetting, so I can get this. Let's try that next map. Oh no, not this. Keep getting throat. I don't want exploding skeletons. I'm gonna be dying. With 200,000 HP, I'm begging to die. See, I just keep resetting and resetting, and I can't get a good map. And now I don't have money to even get a good map. Ah, fuck that. Let's go to a different town. No, fuck. Well, okay, expedition in this town then.
Nothing can stop you. Nothing can stop you. Nothing can stop you.
So this is something that you could try and use, this sort of build. But again, it's not gonna be nowhere near that other one. But at least it's not relying on cooldown skills, it's relying on god skills with cooldowns and on energy consuming skill.
Nothing can stop you.
If you can implement a second skill with cooldown instead of the avenging charge and still manage to survive, that's fine.
Nothing can stop you. Nothing can stop my wrath. Nothing can stop you.
This is gonna be a tough boss, by the way. If I can beat this boss and Chaos Sage, the Scorpion boss, with this build, I'm gonna be surprised actually. I am not expecting to be able to beat it, because it's difficult. It has so many sandstorms around it, and you can see my HP is not that high right now. I'm probably gonna run out of energy at the start of the fight.
Nothing can stop you. Nothing can stop you.
What if I use the Laceration with extra armor piercing? Oh, actually, it already has it. But this one actually restores my HP if I kill an enemy. So it's not the bleeding one, it's the fire one. But you still get bonus to damage over time. From this set bonus. I killed it, okay. Let's change to Chaos 9 and try another expedition in this zone. Change difficulty Chaos 9. Let's see. Can I do Swanesh without dying? Swanesh would be difficult, especially with this modifier when I'm losing energy. And those guys can pull me, one-shot me out of nowhere. But let's see, Chaos 9 Swanesh, can we survive that shit? When there's a lot of enemies and you're constantly killing them, you're constantly healing. Then it would work.
Nothing can stop you.
So many dice drops. Already in bed when it comes to energy. Oh, and now the healer, of course the healer. They should not have made those guys healers. They didn't used to be healers. They added a new healing skill to those hoodie guys. The only healers in this map were the ones with the big banners, these guys. The guy with the banner, that was the only healer. Now you have the cultists and the banner bearers. That's too many healers. But yeah, I did not expect surviving without at least a single death on this act. This act just one of the most annoying acts in the game, if probably not the most annoying. In terms of what enemies they are and how much damage they do, and how their abilities can just pull you around, decrease your armor. Everyone does a ton of damage in this. Even the little guys with the spiky hands, sword hands, or whatever it's called, even those do a lot of damage. Healer keeps staying next to the damage healer. But that's the non-jumpy build I think of right now, because Restoration is the one that kept getting boosted. This skill kept getting, they kept attempting to rebalance it and to boost it. Still not that strong, but you just saw 39 million. I mean, 39 million is not a bad number. The problem is I'm having a lot of trouble surviving. A lot of trouble when I don't jump and when I am constantly using my energy. Even if I get energy regeneration and energy cost reduction stuff, I'm gonna be sacrificing other things like damage and survivability and utility from the passives here. But some cost reduction will definitely help. But I still suggest playing Anvil builds, they're just better. Anvil builds so far are still the meta. but the damage of laceration is on par with what it needs to be. I don't see this making 100 mil, but who knows, maybe in team play I can get that to stack up so much to do 100 mil, but now I just did so 40 mil with laceration, strong enough. And that's without the maxed out damage build with more focus on cooldowns, because I don't have much cooldowns in my gear. If I change my gear to have more cooldown, things would be different, because then I can just get less cooldown in my passives and get more damage with my passives. In fact, I can sacrifice 5 cooldown reduction for 10% damage and then another 5 cooldown for 20% counterattack damage, and that's gonna increase the damage a lot. And right now I'm not doing that because I think I need the cooldown more. The boss fight would be interesting to see how things will turn out. There's gonna be a ton of those purple fart fields on the ground. But here's the braggy build that could be okay if you use it well, if you know how to use it. It's a challenge though, using this build would be a challenge, but it works. It works not as good as one might want it to, but it does work. It's not like you can't beat Chaosbane with it. Like hero, die. You would ideally be killing many enemies at once, so you're taking advantage of the area of the skill instead of healing from killing an enemy on laceration. Fuck, just about to use Ancestor's Gift. See, this is not, it's me that ends up dying, it's not, it's my fault that I'm dying. Because I'm not moving away from danger and I'm not paying attention to my cooldowns and to my healing. I'm not focusing on healers enough. See, this enemy broadcasts his big damage attacks, and you have time to move away from it. Ideally you would. So there's too many healers, and that's not gonna work if I don't kill at least one of them while I'm invulnerable. See, one of the healers healed the other healer and just shit. I'm gonna pull them away. 3 healers, okay. One of them is down. Now there's just 2 healers left, so Banner and 2D. Oh, and now I got glitched. I used my Ratterut skill, but it didn't do the animation with the fire breath. So bugs. Alright, let's get the loot. But it's midnight. I think I've played enough on all classes today. Pretty fun experimenting with more out of the box shit, not your regular meta builds. On every class I've been experimenting with some stuff. Conrad still feels shit though, so hopefully he gets some loving with the next update, and they hopefully fix that broken amulet on him. I'm gonna end it for tonight. keep it cool, folks. Until next time, and goodbye.